Hello, do you like New Japan Pro Wrestling? Are you a Shin Nihon freak? If so, check out the Super J-Cast with Joel and Damon on the Voices of Wrestling podcast network.
And even if you fucking hate New Japan Pro Wrestling, listen to the Super J-Cast anyway. Not just for our great show reviews, analysis, and pastrami sandwiches, but there's also usually some dick jokes somewhere in the obligatory opening 30 minutes of absolute nonsense we chat about every single week. That's the Super J-Cast for all the best talk about New Japan Pro Wrestling, crisps, and pornography.
This podcast is a member of the Voices of Wrestling podcasting network. Visit voicesofwrestling.com to hear the rest of our great podcasts, as well as show reviews, columns, opinions, and updates across the world of wrestling.
Welcome back, everybody, to Wrestling Omakase. It is episode number 302. This week, I have an all-star panel of Omakase frequent guests here assembled to cover for the fact that I am incredibly jet-lagged, incredibly half asleep here, and more than a little depressed, too. I'm not even gonna... I'll share my feelings with the listeners. You can get your tiny violins out, but for some reason, since coming back on this trip specifically, it's really made me want to jump off something. But I'm here anyway because podcasting is, of course, a very serious business, and we have mid-year awards to do. So, first of all, joining me again here is Arametha, not Arametha. How's it going, buddy?
It's going all right. I'm also a little sad, but that's because Japan just lost to Brazil in a real heartbreak of a game. But otherwise, things are all right.
I haven't paid any attention to the World Cup, so I can't really. Although I did note, when Japan was playing, I would always know because, I'd walk around Kabuki Show and just hear people screaming. So.
Yeah. I will say one of the great things about soccer in other countries, especially once you're in the city, is when the national team is playing, the entire city shuts down for it, and you will know exactly when they score, even when you aren't watching the game. It's one of the delightful things about the modern world.
Yeah. So, Twitter seems to be very, very amused that Japan lost, but what are you going to do? They were the underdogs anyway, right?
Yeah, but I would say slightly. Brazil isn't what they used to be. Because a lot of their offense all routes through one or two people at this point, and that was painfully obvious during this game. And their back line, I think, is actually not bad, but definitely below average for a good World Cup squad. So. And Japan, I think, showed a lot of resilience and had a hell of a goal in the first half. So, yeah, there was a chance there, but I think the smart money probably slightly edged out for Brazil. It was a tough group anyway, so I kind of think Japan did about as well as you could reasonably expect them to do, or a tough side of the bracket, I mean to say, because if they lost here, I think it was either Belgium or Germany who they would likely have had next. So, anyway.
Yeah. Velkej's also rejoining us. Velkej, I heard your hay is in trouble.
Yes. My sister, who's youngest of our family, graduated from her university, and we were there. The family was there, and like the forecast was like, yeah, maybe going to be some rain, and we had like which I learned after the graduation, like when while we were at lunch eating. So my grandpa called and was like, "So you know that it rained, right?" And I'm like, "No, I did not know that. It's like here is like 38 degrees Celsius, which is a lot. Well, you are in a city built from stone because it's like city center from the 1400s. So it's like, oh, this is like hell, this city. So why would there be like rain? Oh, this is like a huge fucking storm over here." And I'm like, what? What about my hay? And he's like, you moved it yesterday. I could not hide it for you. It's on your garden. And I'm like, I'm fucked. So I basically lost my hay because it was really like, if it rains onto the freshly cut grass, it's fine because that's fine. But if it's almost dried or dried completely and it rains into it, it gets moldy. So you can basically throw it out. So tomorrow morning, I'm going to find out if my like work throughout this week has been for naught, and I'll probably like be very, very, very fucking depressed because of it. Because that fucking sucked to cut hay in these temperatures.
Well, we all have our reasons for sadness, I guess.
Yes.
Either having to leave Japan behind or hey. So who can say which is more important? Well, as I was telling you off air too, I got the Actress Girls CD in your honor, Velkej. I saw that in the God, what the hell's the name of that store in Akiba again? Something Book Tower.
The Shosen?
Shoshin, yep, Shoshin Book Tower. So I like was going through their giant wrestling section and purchased many issues of Ring Plus, but I saw like the little CD section and there's the Actress Girl CD sticking out right there, and it was like a few days after the first of two Chigusa gotcha shows where it was like where they did the Love Riddle Actress Girls tribute match, and I was like, well, how can I not buy the Actress Girls CD but Love Riddle on it after seeing that? So, and then the Love Riddle came back at the second one I went to, so it's like the Love Riddle just follows me around now, I guess. But what are you gonna do? Also here is Paul. Hi, Paul. Paul, you there, buddy? Did Paul leave us? Uh-oh. Eric, maybe you'll have to talk instead here. Hi, it's Eric.
Hi.
Snazzy.
Yep, it's me, Eric Snazzy. I'm not as depressed as my guests and host here, but I'm getting depressed now hearing their stories of burned hay and returning from Japan and Japan losing to Brazil in football. So we can have collective depression.
Everybody's sad. We'll have collective depression. Although your excitement during the first what's it called? Those
Friday Night Gotcha?
The two Friday Night Gotchas was so funny because you were just man. You're getting the greatest show of all time.
I was elated with that show. I was like, John is a good luck charm for that show that we had there. I mean, there was like two normal Marvelous matches, I guess, but match 1, match 3, match 5 made me so happy. So I thought the second one you went to, right, on the 26th, that was also good. Not as good as the 19th.
Not as good as the first one, yeah. I was mostly disappointed as like there was like no marvelous regulars on that show at all besides the foreigners and like Rico and the Actress Girls match. It's like where I was like, where is
that's
Senka?
The Chigusa Nagayo experience.
I know, it's like where's Senka? Where is Mio? I got nobody. Yeah. So that was the disappointing part about that show to me. But I got a second Love Riddle match, which was really fucking funny. So I mean, I was glad.
Go on.
Sorry, I was just gonna say I was glad Nicole didn't go to me to that one because she actually got tired of the Love Riddle joke during that match the first week. So I was like, I could only imagine if she had gone back the second week and they did the entire thing again, she would have fucking like. I mean, there are people in the Discord that are ready to fucking kill Chigusa. So. Nicole
for example, me, I want to strangle her from time to time. Whenever I try to watch Marvelous and then I hear her screaming, and I'm like, no, not anymore.
Come on! I think Paul's back. Paul, you with us?
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay, you can.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, I nearly got melted over the weekend because it was like 40 degrees here on Saturday and Sunday. But I am also happy because I played my very first game ever of Warhammer 40k, and it actually was a lot of fun.
Oh shit!
What
Yeah.
army?
Dark Angels Combat Patrol.
Fuck you.
I also still have a Tau Combat Patrol lying around as well.
Okay, that's fine then.
And also, even worse, I picked, after I finished the Dark Angels, I was like, well, I just finished off something. That means I can buy more. And I bought a fucking Daughters of Cain army. So,
Okay, so welcome to the plastic crack addiction.
Yeah, it's bad. It's real bad. Like, you go into the store and, like, I'm like, oh, I just want to buy, like, 1 or 2 paints. And then you walk out and you leave, like, 200 euros in the store. And it's like, yep, no, that's just how it's going to be. But it is fun. I will say that. Also, I just literally just checked my emails, and I saw that my submission for the Berlin role-playing convention got accepted. So I'm going to be DMing at that one in the fall as well. So I have a lot of things to look forward to.
What systems are used there?
Coriolis, the Great Dark, is what I'm going to be running there.
Okay, I have to search that.
It's a Swedish thing. Yeah, it's like by the same guys that did like the Tales of the Loop, and there's actually the same guys that also did the Crusader Kings board game.
Okay. I know the Tales of the Loop. Okay, so Tales of the Loop. Okay, I'll look it up.
All right, there's your board game corner. I don't know anything about any of that, so
I don't know what the fuck just happened, to be honest.
Yeah. But yeah, so we're here to do the video awards. I was trying to think, is there anything that happened that my last week in Japan was such a blur since we did the episode with me and Matt from the very tiny hotel room I had in Tokyo.
I want to know about the onsen. Did you discuss that?
Oh no, because that would have been after. The onsen was cool. We got it was very, very, very pretty. Like the whole area, like especially like the train ride up from Nagoya into Gelo on this like very it was basically like one of these like slower moving limited express trains, but like it had like giant windows. You can kind of see all the scenery and everything, and like follows up the river. Honestly, the train ride might have been the best part. The onsen itself was cool. I feel like I didn't spend nearly enough time in the actual onsen because we went out into we went to the town and went to this really delightful little like snacku bar there, and ended up spending like 3.5 hours there when we probably didn't mean to. But they were like the only all you can drink snack I've ever been to that actually included sake, which is very dangerous, by the way.
Yeah, that is very, very dangerous.
That was Nicole got really fucked up, especially. I only had the sake once. I think she had it like 4 times, so she was like really, yeah. And it's like one of those times where like they fill up the glass, but they also fill up like a little plate under the glass, which is like a very traditional Japanese thing to do. Yeah, the masu. There you go. And so it's really like you're getting 2 each time, not 1. So it is but it was really, really good sake. I don't know how they stay in business, honestly, offering that for all you can drink, but maybe the rent in Garo is even lower than usual. I don't know. But yeah, that was really cool. That snacku we spent a long time and went back to the snacku that you and I went to in Shizuoka.
Oh god, yeah, that was so good.
But I think we only stayed there for like an hour we stayed there for 2 hours. It was because it was the day after the Garo one and Nicole was like not feeling up to drinking at all that day. So it was pretty much just me drinking. But yeah, it was a different, it was the same mama, but different assistants. I guess the assistants rotate.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that mainstream makes enough money to do that, right? Like that's a good sign.
Yeah. I think the mama mentioned to me, she was like, I guess the name of the assistant, because she remembered me, obviously. I guess they don't get that many foreigners in there, probably. And she was like, she basically messaged Aoi, who I guess is which is the name of the assistant, and she was telling me like, oh, Aoi sounds very sad that she wasn't here on your day returning. So I was like, that was cute, but we'll see next time, I guess, whenever I make it there next time. I also went back to the place with the pork forehead. That was really good. So that was like right next door to the Snaku.
Oh yeah. No, that place was great. Yeah.
Yeah, and like even cheaper than Japan normally is already, which is kind of saying something. But yeah, I'm trying to think anything else happened since the Stardom conversion. I didn't do a lot of wrestling. It was really just the second episode of the Friday Night Gotcha, the Tokyo Joshi Show on Saturday, and the DDT Cork on Sunday. Which the DDT Cork did have one of my favorite matches of the year, which was the match between Yuki Ueno and Shinya Aoki that I went 4.5 on. So highest recommendation for that. I mean, it was an amazing match. I thought in person, especially like just really, really, really cool match. And so I'm honestly not sure if it quite, well, some people on the Discord seem to be really, really into it too. So I guess it held up pretty well on TV too, but that slid right into 10th place on my match of the year list. So just a really, just outstanding like grappling match if you're into that kind of thing. Just some of the reversals and like near falls they did off the flash cradles off of the submission wrestling they did was really, really great. And they actually managed to convince me a few times that Aoki was going to win, even though I didn't really think he had much of a chance going in. So definitely well worked from that standpoint. But I mean, just also like Nicole went to the show. I mean, she had the same reaction where it's like you watch this show that's filled with nothing but comedy for the entire night, and then these two guys go in there and do this like completely serious like straight ahead match where they're doing all this like elaborate like grappling, and the crowd just sits there like complete attention, like just rapt attention where they're just really, really into it. And it's just like it's like the most unique crowd in wrestling when you think about it that way, where like they just they sit there and laugh through Dino doing his thing and all the other stuff that happens, and then they're just like, okay, time to watch a 30-minute grappling exhibition, and like they're super into it. Just very, very interesting crowd.
Yeah, that's the charm of DDT. I feel like it's one of the best all-round products, and I guess you'll see that when it comes up, popping up in my best of the half-year awards. Yeah, that's what they do best.
Yeah. I guess we can get into the awards then. No need.
Actually, I have one more good news. Well, I mean, others might already know about this, but I just found out that the like founder and like longtime CEO of APA Hotels is dead.
Hell yeah!
He died in February.
Oh,
Fascism is dead!
So that means next time I'm going to Japan, I can stay at the APA Hotel in Otsuka again, because I stayed there before I found out about all of his insanity. And then I was like, oh man, I can't really stay there anymore. And then hopefully whoever replaces him is at least going to be slightly less insane, so I can actually defend going there again, because that hotel is fucking awesome. I want to go there again.
It's because they build the hotels at the exact spaces that I want to be, and they are cheaper than the other stuff, which is like a big issue for me. So I want to be there without having to feel dirty about it.
Yeah. And that one, specifically the one in Otsuka, has like a fucking hot spring bath on the top floor as well. So, yeah. And it's right by the Yamanote line. So, and also my favorite craft beer bar in Tokyo is like right around the corner. So I have like plenty of like reasons why I want to stay there.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds pretty great, to be honest. So I never seen it in
one fascist is dead, but it's very good.
I mean, that's also the other positive thing. Yes, no, dead fascists are always great. The best kind of fascist is a dead one.
Yes.
Yes. Well, there you go. So maybe I will also consider staying at an APA in the future. I don't know. I've never stayed at one before, but partly because of all this stuff, I guess. But I don't know. Like I really hadn't gone that many trips before last December where I was staying by myself. So it's also just kind of like, I don't know. Never really had the opportunity
and
to.
Honestly, because you are so tall, I think that those hotel rooms would be usually like very claustrophobic for you. They are very small.
They are.
I stayed at some smaller rooms though, but I don't know. Like the one I had at the Shinjuku at the Akiba, Washington was pretty tiny, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, the hotel I stayed at this time for the first time for a full week was the Amanek in Kabukicho, which for the price we paid, I thought was really nice. because it was like 7 nights for like $800, but for like a 2-person like queen room. So not like one of those small, really, really small rooms. So, I mean, the room was still pretty tiny, but like it was big enough to have a queen bed in it. So, not that tiny. But yeah, definitely can recommend that one. And the bed was pretty comfortable too, especially for the price we paid. The only bed we had, honestly, that wasn't very comfortable was the Hotel Richmond in Yokohama. That one was like, that bed was like really, really hard for some reason. But so maybe skip that one if you don't like hard beds. But other than that, the other hotels were all pretty good. So the park, I really didn't like the Park Hyatt that much. It's kind of funny. Like that was obviously it's all relative, but like I paid, for the, I paid $0, so I shouldn't complain that much. It was a points booking, but like I thought the location was really bad. Like I've never stayed on that side of Shinjuku Station before. The I think it's the west side, right?
The business
But
district
it's
side.
the business district side with all the government buildings, and like there's nothing to see over there basically.
Nope.
So like if you walk to the station from there, it's basically 15 minutes just to get to one side of the station. And if you want to go all the way to like Kabukicho area, it's like another 15 minutes. So it's like a 30-minute walk before we really get to anything interesting. And so I ended up just taking cabs a lot, which obviously adds up even over the course of 2 days. And you're really not that close to any station besides like this one. There's like one station that's within walking distance, within like easy walking distance, I would say. And I don't know. I just didn't think the hotel itself was good enough to make up for the, the location being so annoying. I guess that's how I felt. Like obviously the room is still very nice, but it didn't feel any nicer to me than like the Conrad Tokyo, which just has a way better location in my opinion. And I don't know, just kind of like the lobby area was cool looking, and it was cool staying in the same hotel as the famous Lost in Translation movie. But it was really only the lobby where that really looked that much like the movie at this point, which I guess makes sense after all the renovations. But yeah, it was just it kind of underwhelmed me. So of the two fancy hotels I stayed in on this trip, I loved the Conrad Osaka. That one was awesome, but the Park Hyatt just didn't do a whole lot for me. I probably was never going to stay there again anyway because they just devalued the Hyatt program a lot apparently. But yeah, I definitely would not pay cash rate for that. I will say, like the Conrad Tokyo, I would pay cash rate for if I had the money, but I don't think the Park Hyatt I would.
I mean, that side of like Shinjuku is very firmly a business district. So the company that I work for actually has an office that side of Shinjuku. So I actually have been there a couple of times. Just like whenever I'm in Japan, I like to like just like pop in and say hello. And yeah, there's just kind of nothing else to do there. Like I've went for like lunch with the people from the office there as well, and like it's nice, but the only thing you can do unless you have like you're there for business purposes is to just like walk back to Shinjuku Station and then just either go somewhere else in Tokyo or like go to the other side of the station and go into the actual fun part of Shinjuku, and then otherwise it is just purely business and nothing else there.
Yeah, it's just not great, but I don't know. Very I didn't realize, I guess there was just that little or something, or that like I don't even mind a walk as long as there's something to see. There's nothing to see.
I think I got lost there once at least when I exited the wrong exit, and then I walked with a purpose while not knowing where I was. So I've seen like the start of the business district, then I shamefully hang my head down and went back to the station.
Yeah, you got to go back to where the cool stuff is, because I love saying Kabukicho. I do that almost every trip now, because I know some people hate it, but I just love being able to.
Why are you calling out like that?
Because you're here.
I am a Kabukicho hater. Yeah, it's just because it reminds me of London, and I grew up in London, and yeah, just bad vibes for me. But I get why people like
Kabukicho. I love Kabukicho. I mean, I love being able to exit my hotel and like instantly be like, okay, I can walk here forward 2 seconds. I'm in like 3 different arcades.
Yeah,
I can walk over here, and there's like 3 different. Here's Golden Guy right there. I can walk over here, and here's a million different bars.
Walk over
or I
here.
could
There's
just,
like a guy
people
pissing
pat-
on the
peop-
wall.
well, I was gonna say, no. We kept running into girls because we were on the corner of a host bar, like a really famous one, apparently. So every morning we would either see a girl crying, a girl throwing up, or a girl throwing up and crying. So it was pretty much every morning. It was like,
Wow,
okay.
the full combo.
Yeah, and it was like or like a girl just like stumbling and almost falling down, like while somebody holds her up or something, which I guess is the least bad.
A proper
So-
Kabukicho experience, I think.
Yeah. But yeah, I spent a bunch of time with Golden Guy in this time, which I'd never really done before. That was kind of cool. The one of my proudest moments as a a gaijin there, they had this like anime themed bar in Golden Guy that I thought was originally just going to be like a total tourist trap, but it turned out like they actually do have like Japanese regulars in there. And when I went back there like a second or third time, I forget which, they let me in the call in when like it was pretty full with regulars already, and then some other white guy tried to come in, and we're almost right after us, and the bartender just turns to him and goes, sorry, reservation only. I was like, reservation? That's the first time hearing. And then he like popped. Then he leaves and he comes back like 2 seconds later. He's like, "Is it always only reservation?" And she just goes, "Sorry, no English." And he just leaves looking very downtrodden. And he keeps looking at me in the call because basically the look is like, "Why are those two foreigners allowed here?" Then kind of. But
How
yeah,
did they get in? Are they some important people?
Now, see, the first time I was there, I sang the Utena ending, and that like won me over to her, to the bartender.
Yeah.
Because she put on Utena when we came back, which I thought was funny. But yeah, I mean, that was one of those moments where I was like, okay, apparently I got to be in the club today. Whereas this other poor chap was getting turned away. Oh, the other thing too, I kept running into Norwegians for some reason. I don't know why Norwegians was like the theme of the trip.
The worst kind of Scandinavian.
Yeah. Oh, really? Oh, Eric with a hot take about Norwegians. Please tell me more, Eric.
Oh, they're no Danes, they're no Finns, and they're no Swedes. So that's it. They're just the worst.
I mean, Norway is just Saudi Arabia, but with democracy and women's rights.
Yeah.
I see.
They're all uppity. They're super smug. Oh, God.
Also,
Well, see, okay. One of the Norwegians...
Every single Norwegian owns a bit of New Japan Pro Wrestling right now.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Oh, because like their government has a fund, like they own...
Yes, their endless money buys them shit.
Like the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund owns 1% of all shares and issuance in the world. Think about how much that covers.
Wow.
Yeah, basically, you and I are also partly owned by Norwegian.
Yes.
What I was gonna bring up too is like, because it's funny you just called them smug. One of the Norwegians I ran into was like insisting there's no reason to ever come to his country. I thought was funny. He was like, "Oh, there's nothing to see in Norway. You shouldn't bother."
I mean, you can't afford it, so that's that.
Yeah. Well. But yeah, it was like I feel like 3 different sets of Norwegians. One of them was at Golden Guy, one of them was at this other part of Shinjuku, the Omada Yokocho, and then I don't remember the fuck the third one was. But yeah, the Norwegians were following me around. One of the Norwegian groups was the ones who like immediately interrogated us on Trump for some reason. Like it was the first thing out of her mouth was when she found out we were American. She's like, what do you think about Trump? And we were just like, I gave a little thumbs down. And she's like, okay, good. And then she's like, my dad.
Nice.
And then she's like, oh, my dad loves him, and I can't stand him. And I'm like, oh well, I definitely don't need to get between you and your daddy issues. So I'm happy I gave the right answer. But
I mean, to be fair, you do get those awkward moments. Like I remember that from so I joined like a new like fantasy football league here in Berlin, like last year, and we all got together to like watch a game. Like really early in like the NFL season, and there was like that bit of like awkwardness there where we were all like, because like a good chunk of them were like Americans, so there was this like awkward moment there at first where people didn't really know each other, so we were all kind of like trying to sniff each other out, and then somebody made like a joke about Trump, and everybody laughed, and then we all got like, "Oh, okay, thank God."
Yeah. I feel like that definitely happens. I mean, that's not the first time a foreigner has like interrogated me about my Trump feelings, but it was like the first time it happened that quickly, which I thought was funny. It was like barely got anything out of my mouth, and she was like, "What do you think about Trump?" I'm like, "Okay, well, clearly it's very important to you, so luckily for you, not a Trump fan." But thought that was funny. All right, let's get to the actual awards, I guess. I don't think there's anything else from Japan to go over. Or there is, it's not important, clearly. So I have a bunch of different categories here. We're going to go through them all and give first to third place for the half year, which is obviously from January 1st until today, as we're recording June 29th. So technically there's like 2 more days in June, but what are you going to do? If anything matches year or half year happens in the next 2 days in Japan, I guess we missed it. Oh well.
Quick
So
question: anybody managed to squeeze in watching the like Kyushu Pro like anniversary show before the recording?
No.
I didn't, but I really desperately wanted to.
It's on my
Sadly,
list.
no, because as I said, I was traveling and doing the graduation stuff. So
Yeah, because that one got released today. So
I see. So we'll start out with best tag team. I will go through here and we'll each give our third place picks. I'll go in the order on my screen. So I'll start with you, Eric, and we'll do like sync order here. So, people, we don't do the same thing every time. But Eric, if you're going to pick a third place for best tag team of 2026 so far, what would your pick be?
So I'm going to talk about them quite a lot, so I'm just going to keep it brief for now because they come up in a few different places, and I don't want to repeat myself the whole night. So my third place tag team is Veni and Celine Mazora from Seedling. They basically brought me the most joy. It was between them, Bob Banana, Red Energy, Sakurara, or like Knockout Brothers. So, I mean, all of those I considered, but I just went with, okay, which one's my favorite? So, and then wanted to give them a shout out. But I'll go into why probably later because they're also in the next category for me. So
there you go. Paul, third place for best tag team.
So third place for best tag team, I went with the Titans of Calamity. I think that one was just like a stroke of genius on All Japan's part, where like you put these two together, like you put together Talos and Renayabe, right? And they're both like not exactly like the greatest wrestlers, but it just works extremely well in tall Japan, where you just have these two like legitimately insanely tall people, and like they like project really well. Like even Renayabe projects really well, and it's maybe match quality wise, they're not like a top tag team to be honest, but just like you just see them there, and they're just awe inspiring every single time, and I think it's just a really really fun act that is like fun to watch.
well, they're consistent as well, right? They don't have bad matches.
Exactly, like the floor, the ceiling may not be the highest, but the floor is also actually not that low. Like it's actually like they're quite literally like they'll give you a like 3 to 4 star match. They're not going to give you a 5-star match, but they're also not going to give you a 2-star match.
Yeah, that's a good shout.
Velkej, third place for best tag team. Velkej, buddy, you're muted probably.
Uh-oh.
Got to unmute. Velkej. Uh-oh. Did we lose Velkej?
Maybe he died.
Maybe Velkej died. All right. I'll try to jump back around to Velkej. Arametha. Third place.
Oh, sorry.
Wait.
I'm here. I apologize because I muted myself for some ungodly reason. So my third place is Yukino Uehara and Marino Saihara from Actress Girls. I don't have their name right now in front of me because I cannot remember it.
It's Haru
Eric
Haru Red.
probably knows. Huh?
Haru Haru Red.
Thank you. Haru Red. Marino, you're awful. So they are attacking champions in the promotion, and basically this tag team is a vehicle to get Yukino Uehara a title without being a singles title champion. That like is the only thing why this tag team exists, and it fucking works out because she is getting too good to be still in Actress Girls, and I don't know how long that can be like sustained for her, because she could have left already and gotten a contract somewhere. I think she does not want to, at least yet. Also, she's now in Sukeban as well, so there's the sweet American fashion money as well. So there's that.
Then it'd be Arametha. So who do you have for third place in best tag team, Arametha?
I have O2 line from Stardom, the tag team of Azumi and Miyu Amasaki. A long running, well-established tag team who finally won the belts this year, and have a very balanced dynamic between the two of them, where Azumi, she might be the smaller wrestler, but she is the senpai of just about everybody in that company, including the taller wrestler, Miyu, who has really come into her own as a member of the tag team. They just have a delightful dynamic. They won the belts together, proving that anime is in fact real and lives to make people happy. I'm just delighted by them, and I'm glad that they're having a successful run at the top of the company, and I hope that they hold the belts for a long time.
And for third place, I have the team of Dream Trine. So I went with a trio here. This is Ame Sore, Hina, and Lady C from Stardom. I mean, part of this probably is like, recency bias, if anything. I mean, there's a lot of teams really that I could have considered this third place team spot, but I really like their vibes together. I think they're just such a cool trio. Lady C waited so long to win one of these belts finally. That was such a great moment when the three of them won them. And, their defense at the conversion show that I was just at last week was so awesome. So yeah, just kind of bumped them into third place for me when, they haven't been together all half year or anything, but they're such a fun trio together that I wanted to find a spot for them on this list. So, definitely just beat out one of the teams Arametha just mentioned, Zero Knee Line. So, they're right there in contention too. In second place for best tag team, I have the Knockout Brothers, Oscar and Yuto Ice. Just haven't had an outstanding half year so far. Just tons and tons of awesome matches. I'll be interested to see what their second half looks like now they drop the titles to the fucking Holy Seaman Army at Dominion. So we'll see what they do in the second half of the year. But yeah, definitely had an outstanding first half. And if not for the fact that I think my first place team has just been a little more amazing, I would have them in first place right now. So they would be first place in a lot of half years, to be honest. So just a really, really outstanding first half of the year for the Knockout Brothers. Of course, Oscar and Yuto Ice from New Japan. Arametha, what do you have in second place for best tag team?
I have Dream Trine. So everything you said, John, I'd echo that. It feels like they have single-handedly kind of kick-started the six-man division. With both winning the belts, but also the defense against the Ito Respect Gundan was a hell of a match. So they're actually probably the tag team champions I'm most excited for whatever their next defense is going to be.
Okay, I forgot to unmute myself there. The next up, we have Velkej with your second place pick for best tag team.
Okay, my second pick is Knockout Brothers. I have liked, not exactly loved their first half of the year. There's something still missing in the act for me. I think Oscar still has some ways to go, but why I chose them at all when I have like these issues with them is that they single-handedly basically revived the New Japan Pro Wrestling tag team division. Before them, it was a wasteland, basically since Taiji and Zack disbanded. So Taichi. Sorry, not Taiji. Taichi. And Zag disbanded. So I'm very, very happy about that because I like me some tag team wrestling.
Paul, second place for best tag team.
So in second place, I went with Spark Rush, Sari and Takumi Iroha. It's not that they have had like an insane amount of matches together this year, but I think just the quality of the matches that when they have teamed together is just very, very high. Like the match again, like the ones I'm specifically thinking of is like the match that they had with like Fuwa-chan and Hazuki in Stardom. Like the match that they had at the Sarism show against Chihiro Hashimoto and Shuri. Like that's also the other thing. It's like they had just had like a bunch of amazing matches, like a bunch of different promotions as well, right? Then they went into like Tokyo Joshi Pro, like against like Arisa Endo, Mio Yamashita, and it's just like all of those matches that they've had this year to me were like really, really high quality. So that's why like maybe the volume isn't there, but the quality definitely is there, and that's why I went with them.
Eric, give us your second and then your first place pick for best tag team of the half year.
Okay, number 2, I've gone with Jackie Rita. So they, from Dragon Gate, so that's Jackie Kamai and Rita, they really got shafted on defenses and matches. But when I watch them, I feel like there's like no way I can't consider this like one of the best tag teams in the world. Just the quality of matches they put on. Obviously, they had the Golden Coliseum match, which I thought was incredible against Paradox. If they had more opportunities, I think they would be my clear number 1. But because they've been shafted booking, I've gone number 2 with them. I voted them best tag team of the year last year as well. So the clear shining light in Dragon Gate, in my opinion. And then number 1, I did go with Spark Rush, Suri and Takumi Iroha. I don't think anyone that knows me probably knew that was coming. There's like very few. I feel like there's very few dedicated tag teams in wrestling that operate at like the highest level, like a world class level. These two do that. I will actually say I do think they have the volume as well. I know Paul spoke about the quality, which is absolutely there across the board, but if you like look at dedicated tag teams, a lot of teams don't have like volume and quality. It's kind of hard to have a combination of two. So I don't think they're that far behind in the volume argument as well compared to teams they're competing against. For example, like Knockout Brothers, like they probably have a similar volume of great matches than Knockout Brothers. So yeah, just the pairing of the two of the best wrestlers in the world, and they just tick all the boxes.
Paul, your first place for best tag team in 2026 so far.
Yep. So my first team is the Knockout Brothers, and I do think they have a bit more volume than Spark Rush, but I think the other really impressive thing about their reign is like they just got back from Excursion and they got as pushed as heavily as they did. Like it's just not a thing that New Japan normally does, is to just keep a tag team together through Excursion, and then also B, when they actually come back from Excursion, to actually like just give them this dominant of a reign. And they very well earned it as well, right? Like they gave him this long like dominant reign right out of the gate, and they earned it by just having some of the best tag team matches that I've seen all year. It's actually just really quick, I want to say that as well, just in general in terms of like tag teams. At first I was like, when I sat down to do this, tag teams was one of those things where at first I thought like, this is actually going to be kind of hard, and then or hard to actually find teams for this. But then as I actually kept thinking about it a bit more, it actually got one of the hardest categories where like there were like teams that I had to like make really hard cuts on. Where, for example, like Jackie and like Rita, I cut really late in the game, and it's, I have to say, I think tag team wrestling overall is in a better spot that I'm giving it credit for.
Yeah, it was really hard for me to pick my top 3 also. So, Velkej, give me your best tag team of 2026 so far.
So it's Dream Train, and it's only simple because I have waited for 6 years for Lady C to win a title. She finally did. I am day one fan, so fuck anyone who says they have been a big fan since like 23 or something like that. Fuck you. And I have said multiple times on this podcast that I adore the artist titles in Stardom, and I think they are the best titles in Stardom because they allow basically the house style of Stardom, the way they wrestle, is made for the trios matches. It's their best kind of match, and I wanted the titles free of anyone who is a double champion. I wanted them to get like spots on shows that are like feel like important, and I wanted the titles to be presented as important because the title holders think they are important, and Lady C thinks that this title that she holds is the most important thing in the whole world, and that's one of the things that I want the title holder to like present to for the title holder to like present to me as a viewer, that the thing that they hold is worth dying for, and that's what she is doing. So I'm really, 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 really happy that they have won the titles, and I'm like looking forward to their reign, and I hope they reign at least until the Sumo Hall show in December, because that would mean that they will be able to pile on more and more defenses, because I want them to wrestle for these titles as much as possible because they rule. And also, I'm a sucker for two tall women who like just lariat people or kick people. That's my kind of wrestling. So
Velkej
it's
loves
like
his balls.
all the things that make my kind of wrestling mixed into one and like a perfect package. So I'm voted them for number one because of that reason.
They also just look really cool together. Like they just have a really cool like team vibe or something. I don't know. It's like they because Abi and Hina do cocky really well, and then like Lady C is like their even taller friend that's not confident at all, really. But it's just kind of a weird. It's kind of a cool vibe.
Also,
Yeah, she's the goober on the Super Sentai team.
yes,
And
yes.
it gives the whole team like a good flavor, though. I get what you're saying.
It allows Hina to be part of something important as well, and she needs it because
She does, yeah.
she is still developing, and the way she's developing is really lovely to see. So it's like multiple things that makes this team for me the number one of the half year.
Arametha, what do you have as the best tag team for 2026 so far?
Yeah, I'm with everyone in that narrowing this list down to 3 was tough. I also had Jackie Kamai and Rita and Spark Rush on the list initially, but ended up going with teams that just felt the most like these were just my personal favorites. But the choice of who was number 1, there was never any question in my mind. It's Knockout Brothers. They have almost single-handedly, well, that's not fair, but close to single-handedly revived New Japan Pro Wrestling's tag division, because they've been such dominant champions, but also very giving champions. In terms of like, they're just so good at selling. They're willing to just do insane shit to make a match as interesting as possible. And they also talk a tremendous amount of shit in the process. And it just makes them so much fun as the center of attention in the tag division. I don't mind so much that they lost to the Holy Seaman Army, in part because I'm excited to see what they can do as individual wrestlers in the G1. But they had a hell of a first run, and it's definitely not going to be their last. Yeah. Huge fan.
I'm also a huge fan. I had them second though, because first place I also went with Spark Rush. Sari and Takumi Iroha. I do think like their high level stuff is just they're in my match of the year list in third place right now for the match against Miyu Yamashita and also Endo from Tokyo Joshi. And it's just they've had pretty much every time I see them. It's a real treat, whether it's in Vegas or seeing them come out and do a comedy match on the second Gotcha show. Just they feel like a real like headline tag team act right now. I mean, so the Knockout Brothers, but I just think this team is, they feel a teensy bit more special right now. And that's so ultimately, I mean, the really, really splitting hairs for me between these two, but I ended up going with Spark Gresham first, just based on having the slightly higher peak in the match of the year list. All right, our next category is going to be Best Feud. So in third place for me for the Best Feud of the half year, I went with the Titans of Calamity versus the Saito brothers in All Japan, which I thought was a very well done, very simple story, which is kind of the thing that All Japan has really been doing all throughout this half year so far, to really be such a bounce back promotion this year, as I've talked about on this podcast before. It's really just coming down to telling good, simple stories, and this is probably my favorite one so far, where the Saito brothers were king shit, and then they ran into these other two giant dudes who put them down without much trouble, and then beat them again to retain the titles, and then until the Saitos finally came back and won them at in their hometown to win the belts back. So just, again, simple little story. I don't know if this will make my overall year feud top 3 feud list, but for the half year, I thought it was really, really enjoyable, and I gave it the 3rd spot on the best feud list. Arametha, 3rd place for best feud. Arametha, buddy, can you hear me? 3rd place for best feud? Did he?
Yep. It turns out when I mute on my headset, the browser also mutes on Zencastr, which is very annoying that I have to unmute in 2 places like that. Anyway, so my 3rd best feud is also a tag team feud. It's Knockout Brothers versus Uemura and Umino, which I guess has kind of continued on from last year, but it felt like a almost personal level of how do I put this? Disgust on the Knockout Brothers side at these two nerds who keep coming at them, and Uemura and Umino just constantly rising to the challenge. However high the Knockout Brothers set the bar, they kept going beyond it. And it just felt like a great feud where both sides were able to escalate each other into world-class territory. I'm not 100% sure if the result was the best match that Knockout Brothers had in their run, but it was a hell of a run when it was kind of a featured match in the run-up to New Beginning.
Velkej, giving your 3rd place pick for best feud of the half year so far.
Maki Ito versus Cosmic Angels. It's the best intro for Maki Ito into the stardom because of her free match series with Natsupoi when Natsupoi joined Tokyo Joshi Pro as Natsumi Maki back then. And then also, if I remember correctly, they had some tag team matches with Pandebu, which is Hikari Noah. Welcome back, Hikari. And Natsumi Maki versus Maki Ito and Mizuki. Ito Respect Army. So the feud started the moment Maki Ito joined Stardom, and continues still because Maki Ito calls the Cosmic Angels the true heel unit of Stardom, which some people call them that even before she joined. And Cosmic Angels can have their heelish tendencies, as seen by Poi biting people, being a little bully, Saori being just one headshot removed from her Oz Academy persona, as seen during her Kamitani match, and so on. So, and their insane requirements to get into the unit as well for Yunamon and others, Wakatsukiyama, and now for Ane Kanaya. So I really like this feud because it's perfectly tailored for all these people that are involved in this feud.
I think we might have lost Paul.
No, you haven't.
okay.
I don't know why it shows up like that, but I'm still here.
Okay, cool. So, Paul, who do you have as third place for best feud?
So in third place for best feud, I have Dan Tamara versus Seigo Tachibana, a feud that started approximately like 13 years ago.
Yeah.
But I do think like because I mean it's not quite that long, right? But they actually started this feud like prior to the Champion Carnival.
It was in March.
Yeah. Like I said, they started it in March and they finally paid it off in June. Like it went on for a solid third of the year. But I do think that actually helped it because they really did a good job of like building it up on the undercard. And I think you can't really deny the fact that it was a good feud just based on the reaction of the fans when the actual finish happened, when they actually did do the match, of just like Dan Tamara yet again just making grown women just absolutely bawl their fucking eyes out when he won the title.
Yeah.
It's again, I think Seigo Tachibana to me is one of the most underrated wrestlers in Japan.
Hell yeah.
Well, like when he's given the chance to like do serious stuff, he delivers every single fucking time. And he delivered in this feud, and I think he deserves so much more credit than he's getting right now. Like, I genuinely considered him for like most outstanding wrestler for like my number 3 spot. I didn't go for him in the end, but he really deserves it. He is so fucking good.
I thought I was high on him.
Eric, give me your third and second place picks for best feud.
Third and second, yeah. Oh, just on that, Paul, did you see? Well, obviously, you saw the Atsuki title change with Tachibana. I felt like I was going crazy on that match, and I felt like no one else did. Did you like that match a lot?
Yeah. I actually, ironically enough, my problem was more with Atsuki in that than Tachibana.
Of course, it was,
yeah.
Yeah. All right, cool.
It's because it's more of the thing where like I feel like Atsuki has just stalled out so fucking bad,
Absolutely.
and I don't know. I mean, I actually, in theory, so maybe it does still exist somewhere. But I did buy an actually like signed shirt from Atsuki like when I went to Japan 2 years ago, ironically at a great show. And I think I left that shirt in Japan because I haven't been able to found it since then. But at this point, I don't even feel bad about it.
Yeah. I need him away from Hayata, but we'll see. That's not going to happen. John, are you sure it's going to be recording pause one, just to double check that you're not going to have a nightmare after?
Basically, so what it says for me is user is experiencing some connection issues, but recording is being saved locally.
Okay.
So worst case scenario, I'm just going to have to download it myself and then send it to John.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I think it'll be okay.
Cool. All right, my third and second for best feud. So third, Miyu Watanabe versus Yuki Arai in TGPW. So I haven't been watching Japanese wrestling as long as John for 20 years or whatever. I've been watching for a couple of years and covering it in writing and audio for about a year. But this feud had the best set of preview tags I have ever seen. Bar none for me, personally. It was just like flat out the best story, the best in-ring matches, building up to a big match that I've ever seen. And I also thought that the final match was fitting as well. They all told the story really well. I really believe that it helped Yuki Arai be elevated to the point where she could carry the title and now be a draw for the company. And Miyu Watanabe had a crazy important role in doing that. Like she did her job perfectly throughout those preview tags. So I think like no matter what happens, I will probably be keeping this in my top 3 by year end, just because it really deserves a shout out. So that's my third one. My second is Saya Kamitani and Sayaka Kurara, which was obviously the feud leading up to the All-Star Grand Queendom match. Obviously, I think it's been covered extensively on this podcast, and I've spoken about it as well. This feud was so good that I started off really apprehensive and not sure about what they were doing, to completely losing my shit in person at the climax of the feud in the match. I don't think it actually gets enough credit for how perfectly booked it was from start to finish. The fact that they can make the fans buy Sayaka Kurara as like a legitimate champion, to be honest. Like, it's honestly insane booking. And I'd be willing to like defend that against anyone that thinks otherwise. It was crazy.
Paul, give me your second place
Mm-hmm.
for best food. Also, your thing is back to normal now. Your little thing on the screen, so that's good.
Okay. Well, hopefully, yeah. Okay, like if for some reason the listeners have not been able to hear me for the last 10 minutes, I don't know, maybe that was technical issues then, but hey, I'm back now, I guess. So yeah, my number 2 for Feud was Knockout Brothers with Shota Umino and Yua Yomura. I mean, obviously, a decent chunk of that feud actually already happened in like the prior year, but I do think like what they showed this year, I think still deserves like the number 2 spot for this year as well. I think this feud did so much to just solidify Knockout Brothers as like, like proper champions. And then at the same time, I think it also did so much to just revitalize the careers of Shota Umino and Yua Yoramura. Like Yoramura was doing okay before that, but I think he's just very much on the trajectory to become like a proper main eventer now. And Shota Umino like had basically been like left for dead by like both New Japan and a good chunk of the New Japan fan base, including me. And I think this tag team with like Umura really is like the thing that like made me buy back into like Shota Umino. And yeah, no, I think if a feud can achieve like basically if like obviously Knockout Brothers won the feud pretty decisively. But regardless, if all 4 participants of the feud can get out of the feud better than when they went into the feud, I think that is a pretty damn great feud.
Velkej, give me your second place pick for best feud.
I am not sure if this is like a definition of the feud. I guess series of matches maybe. So Callum versus Tsuji, because I think very similarly to what Paul just said about the making sure that both participants are looking better after the feud, after they get out of the feud. I get that it's like a smaller part of the Will Ospreay versus Callum Newman story for the elevation of Callum Newman. So it's like I don't know if it counts as that because it's just a little chapter of that. But also I think it was needed for both of them to lose the title for Tsuji and to regain it as soon as possible, and for Newman to get the title and as well lose it as soon as possible, which is like a thing that is maybe counterintuitive for a lot of people, but they are like I don't want to say they are yin and yang like in wrestling wise, not like perfect opposite to each other, but they are really close to be perfect opposite of wrestling, of like New Japan Pro Wrestling main eventer with each other, at least of the modern kind, not the pre-COVID kind with Okada and Naito and Omega and such. But I think these two leading the charge for the second half of the of this decade is really good, and I have very much enjoyed their interactions with each other and the matches they have with each other. So, and I think it's extremely important for New Japan Pro Wrestling to have successful feud like this in 2020 in first half of the 2026.
Arametha, your second place for best feud.
Yeah, my second place for best feud is Miyu Watanabe versus Yuki Arai. Snazzy just covered everything I would have said very eloquently, so I'll just add that I think it is awesome that one of the best feuds of the year, which was built almost entirely within the ring, without anyone like talking shit to each other really, and instead just the two of them testing out how they're going to beat each other and clearly developing strategies on the fly during tag team previews. I love that level of hardcore wrestling brain was in the Idol promotion, and we haven't really seen anything else like it in other promotions.
So second place for best feud, I went with Hanan versus Konami from Stardom. And if you were gonna do like a best angle, that angle where Hanan wins the Cinderella and then the doors open behind her in Yokohama and Konami's just standing there cackling before immediately nailing her and spray painting her and everything, just would have won best angle for sure. So just a outstanding angle, outstanding feud. Hanan finally got to win the big one at the end, and it just was a great positive moment there. But yeah, just one of those things that sticks with me as far as like a Stardom feud so far this half year. First place, I went with Yuki Arai versus Miyu Watanabe, which Arametha and Eric both just put over very strongly. So I'll just say, again, the fact that it's like, I saw multiple people compare this even to like King's Road All Japan, where like it felt like these two serious wrestlers both trying to just beat each other and show it just entirely in ring why they were going to be able to be the one to beat the other one at the end. It's just like sort of like Arametha just said. It's just incredible that this is happening, that this feud happened in a friggin' there goes my microphone. And this feud happened in a Idol Joshi promotion of all things. So definitely really cool, and definitely one of these things where I feel like if you're not watching Joshi as usual in 2026, you're really missing out. So love the feud.
It feels like we're kind of seeing it again already with Yuki Arai versus Miyu being built in a very similar way, because Yuki is determined, it looks like, to try and submit Miyu for the win there.
Yeah,
it's definitely inspired.
Miyu Yamashita.
Yes.
The All Japan thing with the Tokyo Joshi Pro has been coined. That term has been coined, and it's Princess Road, and it's been coined in 2018.
You're right.
Yeah, it's exactly what you described, because it is Princess Road.
So Arametha, what is your pick for best feud of the year, half year so far?
Yeah, my pick for the best feud of the year, really in retrospect, was one of the most important feuds that has been going on for years. It has been central to one of the most popular promotions in Japan, and has determined a lot of the best and worst moments that it has ever had. And we finally saw it resolved earlier this year. You all know what I'm talking about. Everybody say it with me at the same time here. 3, 2, 1. New Japan Pro Wrestling versus Bushiroad.
Okay, buddy.
Which I'm glad to see out the door. That's about all I'll say about that.
That's funny. Velkej, your pick for best feud of the half year so far.
So, as your calcified Stardom boomer, as I have stolen the term that someone else was called, of course it's Kamitani versus Kakurara. As Eric has said, it's basically a perfectly booked thing that I when I saw Kakurara coming out after she lost a few matches before against someone else at Osaka, I was like, fuck you, that's dumb. And I was proven wrong, because I've let it play out, and it played out to perfection. I don't think I have ever seen... I don't think it's repeatable, and I don't think it's... anyone else can do this. But I'm sorry, we have just seen... what? 26 months in wrestler defeat the longer than around year and like 15 months reigning world champion in front of the biggest crowd at the Joshi show in like 40 years or something like that. 30 years. Tokyo Dome 1992. So 30 years. And like everyone like gasped and everyone cheered and everyone accepted this result because it made sense. Like how the fuck do you do that? And if you do that, I cannot choose anything else. Like I cannot be intellectually honest with myself and choose anything else as the best feud of the year. So it's Kamitani versus Kurara for me, without any question and without any doubt. And I don't have a doubt in my brain that it will not be the best feud of the year when the year is over. Unless Utami and Kamitani and Momo Watanabe do something like completely fucking insane that I don't expect, and they will do like some beautiful thing that I don't know that's happening. But if that trio doesn't do something beautiful, this will be my feud of the year for sure.
Paul, what do you have as your best feud for the half year so far?
Yeah, so I just straight up have to follow Velkej on that one. I also went for Sayaka Kurara versus Saya Kamatani. I think what is really impressive about this feud that it is both an addendum to the Tam Nakano versus Saya Kamatani feud from last year, and at the same time is also a feud that manages to stand on its own 2 feet at the same time as well, which I think is just a kind of really impressive feat of storytelling, right? Because, like, in a way it is, right, obviously, like, derivative, right? Like, because there's, like, a lot of, like, similar beats that are being hit, that are being, like, that are related to a person that retired a year ago, and yet at the same time, if those beats weren't there, the feud would still work, because ignoring all of the Tam side of it, it is still this like rookie who is not that far into her career going up against like one of the most popular wrestlers in all of Japan, who has been on this like insanely long dominant reign for over a year. And like Saya, like she was quite literally the ultimate underdog, right? Like, you can't be much more of an underdog than Sayaka Kurara going into this match. And yet at the same time, for her to actually pull it off and for it to be believable that she actually pulled off the win here is just absolutely insane. And to me, it's like, do I know if I'm going to put this on my list at the end of the year? I don't know. But for the half year, no, it absolutely was the top feud of the half year for me.
And don't forget, she put one of the most popular wrestling units in Japan on the line as well, as part of being able to get that match. That was insane.
Yeah, I didn't even mention that. Yeah, no, like that, like I completely forgot about that. That was even part of the match as well.
Eric, what do you have for your best feud of 2026 so far?
Yeah, so even though I thought Saika Matani and Saika Kurara was perfectly booked, the best booking I've ever seen, I have to go with my heart, and my favorite feud so far is Honori Hana and Anagi Sayaka versus Celine Mazura and Veni. So again, this isn't another category that I've got coming up later. I won't spoil it, but the TLDR of this feud is Honori Hana is like the big dog in Seedling, a Joshi independent promotion, and in the sense that she's the most experienced contracted seed talent. They've been in a bit of a rut. They're a much smaller company than they were before. You know, they're drawing like 400 to Korakuen Hall, whatever it is. So they're in a bit of a odd position. And Honori Hana, who's quite inexperienced, is still the most experienced person there. She has a long-standing feud with Veni, who's obviously one of the best wrestlers in the world. And this new rookie, Celine Mazura, comes in and is almost immediately taken under Veni's wing. And one of the things about Veni is she doesn't have juniors, right? And Celine is now the new shiny toy, and Honori basically just doesn't take too kindly to that. And that kind of kicked off their competitive feud. And since Celine is actually someone that doesn't back down, she has an attitude taken straight out of Veni's book, actually. So it's just built this really violent, brutal, wonderful feud, and it's super entertaining. And I do think they'll struggle to maintain it because the promotion is so small. And I think we've probably seen the peak of the feud, but it was a fucking biblical peak, and I loved every single second of it. And it's really hard to do stories like this with rookies, and the fact that they're nailing it out the park is just like plus 500 points for me. So,
okay, so next up, we're going to do the most improved category. So this would be who so far in the first half of 2026 is showing the most improvement over the previous year. So, Eric, we'll start with you now with your third place pick for most improved.
Sayaka Kurara. So in the past year, since her red belt match with Saya in 2025, I think she's kind of morphed into being a super credible, excellent pro wrestler. I don't think she's like the best wrestler in the company or anything like that. Won't go that crazy. But this time last year, I would not have thought she could have 2 match of the year contender matches. One against Saya, obviously at All-Star Grand Queen, which we spoke about, and then one against Suzu right at the conversion, which John was at. Like 2 out of her 3 red belt matches in 2026 were incredible. 26 months, I think someone said. That's how long she's been a wrestler. It's just a really insane amount of improvement. And I think that aspect is sort of getting lost, that she's really not supposed to be doing this. And last year, she did look like she was where she was supposed to be before that Saya red belt match, after Saya won, defeated Tam. And now she just doesn't look out of place in the main event. She main evented, Yoyogi? She main evented Yokohama Arena when they had 8,000 fans. Like, it is insane what this person's doing in this past year. So, Sayaka Kurara.
Paul, your third place pick for most improved.
Mm-hmm. So my third pick for most improved actually sounds kind of insane at first, but I do think it makes a lot of sense, like when you actually think about it. Because my third place pick for most improved, again, it's compared to previous year, right? My pick for most improved is Naomichi Marufuji.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
I can see it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, no,
that's a good one.
It was one of those that I kind of like put in there like late in the process where I was like thinking about it. I was like, okay, who do I like the most compared to like what he put in the previous year? And I was like, well, the Marufuji renaissance is real. And like in previous years, like Marufuji basically was this guy who had like 1 or 2 good years in him per year, and then the rest of the year he was just really fucking dogged. But this year, he was never really in contention, for example, for like most outstanding or like the Flair Fest or whatever. But every single match that I've seen from Marufuji this year has been like at least solid to good, which I do think is a genuine improvement over what he was showing previously. I do think his like tag team with Keno is a ton of fun. I think his national title reign actually has been pretty good. So like I don't know where he got this from, whatever like magic he like worked on his knees this year, but I do think like I just have to give it to him that like somehow Naomichi Marufuji is one of the most improved wrestlers of the year, so I just had to give him the number 3 spot.
That is a funny pick. I'd definitely give you that one. Velkej, third place for most improved so far.
I cannot actually beat the Marufuji one. I have been defeated. So this category is like really difficult for me, because I have only 2 names with question marks. So I'll do just like I cannot do my third, I'll do my second, and it's Yuki Urai. I think that Yuki Urai last year was still not a wrestler that I believed in. Yuki Urai of today is really fucking good. She had best Yuki Kamifuku match of her almost 10-year career before Yuki Kamifuku called it quits. And I have to give it in large part to her. So Yuki Urai, I don't have the third one, so please, John, skip me on the next round if you can.
Okay. Arametha, your third place pick for most improved.
Yep. So I have a form here that I'm going to need everyone to fill out. It is an apology form that is for anyone who doubted that B. Priestley turning heel wasn't going to...
I will not agree with that.
to turn out so much better. It's as annoying as the actual turn was. Bea Priestley as a bully in Hate just makes way too much sense, and it feels like a much more natural home for her. As much as I ended up enjoying her in Stars, I found that she could also kind of disappear when she was in tag matches. It works a lot better for her to just bully any number of the other smaller wrestlers. It also helps that for wrestlers who are kind of big, like Hanan, Bea Priestley is still bigger. So that really helps her assert herself. So I really enjoy it. It was obvious in retrospect because that's just the role Bea Priestley has had for most of her wrestling career, and it's nice to see her round into that. I'm kind of looking forward to see how she does in the 5-star.
Third place for most improved, I went with Yuna from Sendai Girls. She was higher up than this originally for me for a while, but I feel like really kind of has come back to the pack a little bit in the last couple months. There was like one match she had on a Sendai Girls show recently where I remember being like, oh, that wasn't that good again. But considering I thought she was really incredibly dull before the start of this year and actually produced some really good stuff, I think she's an easy pick here for third place for most improved. Second place for most improved, I went with Sayaka Kurara. I thought she was really good already, so the fact that she's still this high up on most improved for me this year should say about just how great of a run she's been having. I mean, I'm going to get to her again later on, I guess, spoiler alert, actually multiple times, I think. But she's had a really, really good Cinderella run. Obviously, her brief Red Belt run was really good. And, she's just taken things to another level this year. So it was easy pick here for second place for most improved. Arametha, second place for most improved.
Yeah, my second place is Sayako Kurara. She has Champion's Aura now, which, while she was good last year, she definitely didn't have it last year. And while a common nerd argument is, does the wrestler make the belt or the belt make the wrestler? I think both things are true. And Sayaka Kurara is a really good illustration of that. She both stepped up to the moment. She both clearly got better. She both delivered one of the best. She delivered one of the best matches of the year in front of 8,000 people. She's done everything she's been asked to do and more. And it feels like she's in a really intriguing place right now, because it made a lot of sense for her to drop the belt to Suzuki, but you can see where the dominant kind of champion's edge was starting to develop. So it wasn't unreasonable to think that she wouldn't drop the belt, that they just kind of let her run with it for a while, as she just kept moving from strength to strength. I'm really excited with where her career goes from here.
Velkej, your second place for most improved.
I gave that. That was the Yuki Urai pick.
Yeah, my bad. As soon as I said it, I was like, wait a second.
Fine, it's
Okay.
fine. It's fine.
It's so easy to go on autopilot when you're doing these hostings. Paul, your second place for most improved.
My second place for most improved is Talos. Again, it's not like he became like an absolute like super worker during this past half year, during the last 6 months, right? But I think it's undeniable that his work has very much improved. Like, he has become insanely comfortable with working in Japan. Like, his like Triple Crown match with Kento, like, it wasn't like a blowaway match, but it was like, it way exceeded everybody's expectations for that match. Like, I talked about earlier about the tag team that is formed with Renayabe, right? The Titans of Calamity and everything. And he just has become like a very solid worker that knows how he can work to his size as well. And I just wanted to really like acknowledge the like effort that he has put in to like really improve himself over the last 6 months.
So Eric, give me your second and first place for most improved.
Second place, Miku Kanai. She was good last year already, but now I just think she's an all-round excellent pro wrestler. I think I I don't need to expand too much on this. Probably anyone that listens to Omakase knows how good she is. But yeah, just recently she's just been having excellent matches after excellent matches. She's on a real tear right now. So I wanted to shout her out as most improved. And first, Yuna. So I think I said it on Omakase once, actually, one episode. There was a time where I didn't understand Yuna and I did not think she was good. And now she's kind of one of my favorite parts of the Sendai Girl shows. And I put that down to her improvement, not just in the ring, but importantly, like character development, which is maybe a side of improvement that people don't talk about. Like, she had no idea really what she was doing last year. She said to herself, she was still trying to find a finisher. She was figuring out her moves and stuff like that. Now she's a key part of the Sendai Girls, documentary. I think she was saying in one of those episodes that, it sort of like blossomed from an idea that she had as well. Tim and I have been recapping her Shoe Pro blog every single week. She's extremely, extremely likable and relatable. And to me, that's also part of improving by being better at communicating who you are to the fans. And she's done that to an insane degree in the past year. I'm not delusional. I still think she has some ways to improve in the ring, but she has improved a lot already.
Paul, your first place for most improved. I think I can guess this one, actually. I think we're going to have the same one, probably.
Can you? Okay, I'm curious now because my thinking is that I've actually kind of cheated with my most improved.
Oh, okay. Maybe we don't have the same one then. I just figured you of all people would vote for this.
Maybe. Okay, maybe I think you might have. Okay, maybe I've missed something completely there then. Because my number one vote is. It's technically cheating because my number one vote only had one match last year, which I really, really loved. And I do think, though, that she has shown a ton of improvement over the last half year. So my number one vote is Fuwa-chan.
Okay, that way I thought you were going to go, so you'll have to wait for mine then.
That's still a really good pick.
Yeah, like it's one of the reasons why I put her there is because we got rid of the best rookie category, which she would have absolutely had the number one spot on that one, which I feel like is defensible to put her there. But I also feel again, I absolutely love, again, she only had one match last year, right? With Hazuki at the very fucking end of the year. And I fucking love that match. But still, I think she just has become just a consistently great worker this year. And yeah, no, I for some it's just when I thought about most improved, there were a bunch of people that really came to my mind. This was one of the harder categories. For example, Shota Umino was one of the guys I cut late from the list as well. Same with Callum Newman. But with Fuwa-chan, for me, it was just just consistent improvement with basically every single match that she's had this year. And that's why I went with her as most improved.
Velkej, who did you pick for most improved? I think I'm actually supposed to call on you now.
Yeah, it's fine. It's Saka Kurara. We have talked about her before. Other people used her. I'll just have to say that her one of the programs she had last year, at the end of the last year, which is basically 8 months ago, was a comedy program between her, Bozilla, and Saki Kashima. Bozilla has been injured, Saki Kashima has retired, and Sakakura became a Red Belt champion since then. So that's the levels she's improved from where she was before. And as Eric said, last year, after the All-Star Grand Queendom, she faced Kamitani in a World Championship match in Korakuen. And if you compare the matches 1-to-1 with each other, there's it doesn't feel like it's been just a year between those two matches. It feels like it's been half a decade between those two matches because she has come so far from where she was a half year ago, in the space of just the 3 months between the start of the year and the All-Star Grand Queendom this year. And her after her post win run as well has been kind of proof that she has not stopped improving, that she's still improving. and I'm really looking forward to what she'll bring next, because it's the rest of the year. Let's see if she is still one of the most improved in at the end of the year. By the way, Paul, great call with Fuwa. Also, well done on cheating to getting the best rookie shout there.
Oh, okay. Thank you. No, okay, Velkej, I'm not gonna lie. I thought when you started that, you were gonna start to dunk on me because Paraguay just scored against Germany. But I actually like this one much more.
Arametha, your pick for most improved of the half year so far.
I don't get how Paul is this far ahead of me. I'm still watching, and Paraguay hasn't scored. So, anyway.
You're really behind.
Apparently. This is what I get for paying for YouTube TV. So, my number one pick has been brought up already. It's Yuki Arai. Everything I said about Sayaka Kurara, I think, applies to Yuki Arai almost tenfold. I think Yuki Arai was starting in a better place, though. There was an element to how she was booked from the beginning where it felt like they knew they had something with her, not just because she has a dedicated following as a former SKE idol, but also that she just has unteachable things like aura, presence, just a little extra charisma, and also clearly loves the sport. I think the element that was missing that she has added as champion is just how hard a fighter she is and how flexible she is in willing to work in and win with different styles of wrestling. There is a depth to her matches now that was definitely not there before when she was International Princess Champion. It feels like she's really stepped up her game there. It's and it seems to have led to one of the most successful periods right now for Tokyo Joshi Pro with her on top. So I really love what I'm seeing from her right now.
So my pick for most improved, this is the one I thought Paul was going to pick too, because it just seems so obvious to me, was Yuma Aoyagi. I mean, he goes from being like one of my least favorite wrestlers in the world last year to just, an incredibly annoying goofball last year to just completely turning around this year. And, his last minute inclusion in the Champion Carnival possibly made that entire tournament and was the MVP of the whole tournament for me for sure. So I don't know. I just didn't see how it could be anybody else. Went from a wrestler I hated to a wrestler I love in the half year. So
you know what I can see. Like I definitely get why you voted for him. He's still he definitely has shown improvement. He's still a little bit on my shit list just because of what he put me through last year. So he needs to do a little bit more atonement before I'm willing to vote for him.
Okay, that's fair. But yeah.
I also feel like that he's kind of acting to some degree out of contrition here. And I worry that the moment he starts feeling comfortable again in his position in All Japan, that he'll be as unbearable as he used to be.
Yeah, I think that's fair, but because he also got replaced on the booking team by Go, I think we're at least a little bit away from any of that.
Definitely feels like a Go Shiozaki influenced promotion right now, and not so much a goofball Yuma influenced promotion. So we'll see.
So are you saying there's going to be a lot more old man yaoi?
Probably.
No, it's not going to turn into the Dark Angels.
Everybody talked at the same time.
Both our jokes were very funny. You're allowed to laugh at both.
Okay. So we have our first negative award next. So time to be haters, everybody. This one is most overrated / most overpushed. The Observer Award that tends to be more overpushed than overrated. But either way. So for this one, I thought it was a very easy pick. Madoka Kikuta from Dragon Gate. Just a absolutely horrible world champion. He's had this belt for almost a fucking year now. He's never been a good champion. Just one of the most boring heel champions the promotion has ever had. And, he popped into All Japan. It was pretty good in the Champion Carnival again, but you have to judge the guy based on what he's doing in his own home promotion. And in Dragon Gate, he's been fucking horrible as Dream Gate champion. So just, an anchor on the promotion and just an easy pick here for most Overpushed, given he's been champion for so long now and has been utter crap in the role. Just no charisma at all as a top heel. Arametha, who'd you pick for your... And we're only doing one pick each, by the way, for the negative awards, so we don't stew in negativity. Should say that for the listener. Arametha, who do you have as your most overrated / overpushed?
Yeah, I also have Makoto Kikuta. Makoto Kikuta. Did I say that right? That sounded weird when I said it. Yeah, I have that guy who's at the top of Dragon Gate and is a key reason why I have a hard time.
Madoka Kikuta, I think.
Madoka. That's why.
Yeah, like the character, just like the character from the famous
Magical
anime
Girl.
Name.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Madoka Kikuta. Yes. Yeah. I don't think I've seen a good Madoka Kikuta match, and I watched a fair bit of Dragon Gate this year. Maybe the Kai one, but that felt
you would have
like
had to watch the champ. You would have had to watch the Champion Carnival.
Yeah,
the Kai one
was my mistake.
The Kai one was his best defense for sure, and that was like a 3 3/4 star match, and that's his peak. So
Yep. But otherwise, like, he's kind of a snooze. And it feels like a real testament to how dysfunctional Dragon Gate is right now that they're not able to pivot. Because I feel like it's not just us complaining about this. It also looks like that their attendance is down. There's a loss of interest in the promotion in general. And if that's happening while you have this guy on top, an obvious change is, well, see if you can find someone else. Yeah, it's pretty rough right now to be a Dragon Gate fan.
Velkej, who do you have for your most overrated?
Ren Narita, we need to kill him with hammers.
See, it's most overrated, not worse.
Yes,
though.
he was the champion.
Never is a different thing, though.
Yeah.
And him being champion was always more Aaron Wolf than anything.
There are levels to this. He is so bad that he beats anyone else. So
there you go.
That's like I know that he's not like pushed as hard as world champion or something like that, but even his presence and that he wins anything and is not the lowliest of low jobbers in any promotion. And we are talking about New Japan Pro Wrestling. If Jake Lee won this title, I would have voted for Jake Lee. That's how much I hate the man. But Jake Lee has not won anything. He was just a challenger. So he cannot be the most overpushed wrestler. For me, it's Ren Narita. Also, I have not watched enough Dragon Gate to be able to judge Madoka Kikuta in this. So it would not be honest if I picked someone who I've been told by other people is bad for their promotion. So I have to choose from what I watch, what I have the most experience with. And for me, that means Ren Narita.
Paul, what do you have as your most overrated, overpushed?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I went with the guy in Dragon Gate that is just kind of really annoying and is just very clearly overpushed. That's right. I went with Shun Skywalker.
That's that was good. That was a good setup, yeah.
So this is actually one of two votes that have actually changed live while we were recording. So I actually, when we started the recording, I actually had Ren Narita in this category. I actually fully agree with Velkej's general assessment of this, of Ren Narita's role and everything, and he absolutely would have been on the list if we had done more than just one vote. But Shun Skywalker is so fucking annoying right now. It's actually absurd. Okay, John, you were there, we were there, together at the Dragon Gate show in Kobe, and how annoying was Shun Skywalker in that match that Cielo and what's his face again? Right? The you know the match I'm talking about, right? Yeah, Yoshiki Kato, right?
Yeah.
How annoying was he in that? It's so bad. And then he was really annoying on the Korakuen show that I went to like later that month as well. And just in general, like this entire half year, he has just been supremely unlikable. There was just zero reason to ever buy into him as a face. And then to fucking put the fucking cream on top of the shit sandwich, he then announces that like he will just leave the fucking promotion. So there's
And he
just
buries
no
the entire
payoff.
thing, too.
Yes, exactly. Like he buries the entire fucking promotion for like years. And there's no payoff to his entire fucking storyline of him just being the selfish guy that will just sacrifice other people every single time to save himself. And now that he's leaving, there will just never be a payoff to that storyline in Dragon Gate ever.
Yeah, and
Like-
he also like says repeatedly, like, I'm bigger than the promotion, and now he's going to prove
Yeah.
it, basically. It's just
Yeah,
really,
yeah, no, he's
it's
just
really
gonna leave.
bad.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
it's bad. Like I'm just like, no. Fuck this guy. Like, good luck to him wherever he's going after this. But the last 6 months are just have like really turned me real sour on Shun Skywalker. And wherever he goes next, like he's gonna have to work real fucking hard for me to turn around on him again.
Eric, who do you have for your most overrated, overpushed?
Yeah, I'm glad I don't have social media for this one. I went with Kento Miyahara. So, so yeah, I haven't had time to squeeze in Emerald Flusher, so I don't know how Paul feels with him. Well, now I do. But he's really good, to be clear. But he has a really tired, repetitive formula, which definitely works with the All Japan crowd as well. He rarely adapts it, and people consider him like one of the best wrestlers in Japan today. And I wouldn't even have him in my top 25 in 2026. So yeah, I do think he's good, and it's good that he's the champion as well. But I think people hold him on a level that's way higher than what he actually performs on, especially from an in-ring perspective. Well, only from an in-ring perspective. Like I would belt up Yuma Anzai immediately. I'm surprised they didn't have Go Shiozaki win the Champions Carnival and then give him the Triple Crown to like drop it to Yuma at a later stage to Anzai. Especially after they had that incredible match on the opening night of the Champions Carnival, where the storyline was basically Shiozaki is the wall for Yuma Anzai, and it would have been a cool story. But, you know, Kento has to be Kento. So, yes, I think he is the most overrated. But I also co-sign the Midoko Kukuta and Shun picks as well.
Now the opposite. Most underrated / underpushed. Who needs to get a bigger push from their home promotion? Eric, who do you have in third place for this?
Third place. Yes. Miyamono. So I think she's legitimately the best in-ring wrestler in the world in 2026. And she just never sniffs the title of her home promotion, which only has like 10 wrestlers. She wasn't even utilized in the Marigold Marvelous interpromotional feud, except for like a gauntlet match on the 8th of August in Marvelous. And guess what? She fucking carried that match with Utami on the home stretch, which was like legit like one of the best under 10-minute segments of 2025. She should be holding that AAAW title for like a year plus, but she's not even considered for any of that. Takumi is obviously the head honcho in Marvelous, and Miyamono just gets she had to wrestle twice on the 10th anniversary show just to prove to everyone like how fucking incredible she is. And she said herself that it kind of annoyed her that she wasn't in the main event, so she had to go and prove herself. I don't know why she needs to prove it. Like she is an amazing wrestler, and she still has to try so hard to get attention in her home promotion. I also do think she's underrated by the community in general, in the sense that she never gets mentioned, like for like Best in the World awards. Like, you know, sure, Wrestling Observer is a given, but even in like Voices of Wrestling, I don't see her getting mentioned often. Like for the under 30, like I voted her first, and I think I was by far the high man on her. I think she should have ended up way higher in that list, for example.
I think I voted her in the top 10.
I think you did. Yeah.
I think I did. Yeah.
Me and you, John.
Paul, who do you have as your third place for most underrated?
So in third place for most underrated, I actually went with a tag team. I went with Jackie Kamei and Rita.
Hell yeah.
Seems, you know, kind of ironic given that they spent most of the last 6 months as, you know, Open the Twin Gate champions. But you probably wouldn't know that because they didn't really get any, like, again, they had one absolutely fucking amazing match. But then outside of that, like, if you ask somebody who were like the tag champions in Dragon Gate, that person would probably have to think real fucking hard before they would actually come up with the actual tag champions of the promotion. It's like it is an actual like.
Well, okay, you know what would have been funny? They might have been like, "Oh, you mean the All Asia Tag Titles? The
Yeah,
top tag
exactly.
titles?"
Yeah, exactly. Like that's the point I was just trying to make. Was like you probably would have thought of like the fucking like All Asia Tag Champions before you would think of the like actual Twin Gate champions. Like it's an absolutely like baffling like again like there was so many other tag team titles in Dragon Gate that got like the fucking nod before like the actual like Twin Gate before like the actual Twin Gate championship. It's just this promotion. It's like, I mean, I'm not going to spoil it, but I feel like you might have a feeling who I'm going to vote for worst promotion here. Which, especially once we go down this actual fucking category specifically. But still, regardless, like, I think these two guys just deserve so much fucking more because when they get the chance to actually show off what they can do, they deliver every single fucking time. I am really looking forward to like the GHC Junior Tag Title match that they are actually going to have against Dragon Bane and Alejandro, because I am no doubt that match is going to fucking deliver,
That's
which
gonna
again
clap.
means that they might be pushed harder outside of the home promotion, which is a fucking crime.
Velkej, third place for most underrated.
So it's Natsumi Shozuki. Natsumi Shozuki was one of my favorite wrestlers in Actress Girls since she came back in late 2021 and was basically the core member of the restart in 2022. When she left Actress Girls to go to Marigold, I assumed that she's going to basically redo her run as this leader of a unit who leads younger, more inexperienced wrestlers, because that's what she's really good at, as she has shown in Actress Girls. And I assumed that because Fuka, who booked her as the leader of her unit, an actual champion as well of the promotion, would have had enough stroke with Rossi to actually like do that. That did not happen. So she's currently part of the Frios champions who do not defend their titles because one part of the Trios champions is injured. She's one of the numerous members of the promotion that has been put on the shelf via injuries in Marigold. And she just got a title shot against for the tag title, which is like a year after she had any title shots before. And I think she is so underutilized. She could have been world champion or like a serious challenger for the world championship multiple times already. But she's just an accountant for Rossi. I don't know. Like I don't get it. I don't understand it. So Natsumi Shozuki, 3.
Arametha, your third place for most underrated.
Yeah, you know what? I had someone else, but I'm actually with Velkej on Natsumi Shozuki, so I'm gonna call an audible here and agree with him.
Well,
on
you gotta
that.
tell me. You gotta tell me who you had then.
Oh, I had Oiwa there initially
Okay.
as my number 3. I'm sure someone else will touch on it. It's I don't know if egregious is the right term, but for how Oiwa was being booked, but it is for Natsumi Shozuki. And I'll get to this because I have someone else from Marigold on this list as well, but it is astounding how inflexible Rossi is given how many injuries they have and how hard they struggle to put together a compelling card with how much the roster has thinned out. I think that's a real shame because, again, there's a lot of good talent on here. They're just not being utilized correctly.
So third place, I went with Himawari from Tokyo Joshi. I don't understand why she never gets anything to do, given how good I think she is. And why does my microphone keep falling back? Wow. Sorry about the loud noise, everybody. Yeah, I don't understand why she just gets nothing. Like she, she's they just seem to use her as like a comedy undercard wrestler when I think she's quite good in the ring, and I also think she's quite she's very expressive, and maybe like she's too expressive or something. Like maybe her level of like she's too funny when she gets all angry and starts whipping her hair around, and it might have gotten her like pegged as a comedy undercarder. But I just think she has so much more potential than that. So the fact that they give Mahiro Kiryu a fucking international title shot against Suzume, and Himawari still can't get anything. It feels like it's just very bizarre to me. I think she knows.
I'm comfortable predicting that Bumping Gritters will be champions by this time next year.
Shino Suzuki got hurt, right? Because I know she hasn't.
Oh, I thought she was just taking a break. Then maybe.
Oh, maybe she's taking a break. Then yeah, because I just looked at her cage match and she hasn't wrestled in a month.
I think she's taking a break because of injuries.
Okay,
well, darn.
Yeah. So that may have derailed some plans for her. Maybe that was the plan for Bumping Gritters to get a run. But either way, I just think they need to do more with her because I think she's really, really good. And seeing her again in person twice, I'm just like she has that jump off the page charisma even more in person. So
it's a good shout. She's also a really good, like sneakily powerful wrestler.
Yeah.
I would love a one-on-one between her and Miyu Watanabe. I bet that would be really great.
Also, her hair, by the way, the hair whip, it really fucking hurts. Because I took that across
that's a fucking shoot.
I took that across the knee, sitting front row for the first of the two Tokujoshi shows I went to. And like she was like angrily whipping somebody after her team had just lost on the outside, and like she really reared it back hard to whip her again, and just caught me and Nicole across our knees at the same time. We're both like, okay. That I have a whole new empathy for these girls taking these hair whips because that shit fucking hurt. Second place, I have Ryohei Oiwa, who Arametha just mentioned. But yeah, I don't get it with him. It's like they don't do anything with Oiwa. And, like he has to go through the fucking qualifier again to make it in the G1. He, besides his little run with Zach to win the World Tag League and then lose the tag title match. Like, I don't like what else has he done in 2026 so far? Like, just really nothing. When he went out in the Japan Cup but like whenever they give him a spot, like he's like him and Zach is like 5th place on my match of the year list this year. Like I thought he had my second favorite New Japan match so far this year, behind only Takeshita and Tsuji, and it's just like I don't know. I don't get it why every time they put him in a big spot, he like pretty much knocks out of the park, but he never gets big spots. So just really, really weird to me how little they use this guy. And I hope, I do think he'll beat ELP and get into the G1, and I hope they finally fucking do something with him because he seems way more talented than they're ever willing to push him. And New Japan is not exactly a loaded promotion at the moment, so that makes it even more crazy, if anything. Arametha, give me your second place for most underrated.
My second place for most underrated is Yuya Uemura, who I could tell practically the same story with him as you just did with Oiwa, where it feels like he's a guy who consistently steps up every time he's asked to. He's been in a lot of the best New Japan matches of the year. And on top of all that, he also just has this natural baby face, both energy and style to his matches that feels like he could easily contrast himself super, super well with Tsuji as champion, or just about any of the other potential challengers at the top of the card, because no one is really like doing quite what he does. And it feels like I don't know, maybe he hasn't actually slipped through the cracks, and I'll look like a fool when he's won the G1, and the Wrestle Kingdom match is going to be Yuya versus Tsuji. I could see that. But it feels like if that happens, it feels like that's something where to point out how they built to this happening, I'd have to go back quite a ways to when Tsuji and Uemura had that hair match at Wrestle Kingdom that everyone's kind of forgotten about, right? It feels like maybe there's an element of we want to separate Uemura to make him a more interesting or a more underdog challenger. But in the process, it just feels like he hasn't been given anything interesting to do. And they just badly need to fill out these cards with more interesting matches. I don't know. I just need more creativity from Gato right now.
Yeah, that would be nice. Velkej, who do you got for second place and most underrated?
So I have it's weird. I have two people in the same place, and I have first place normally.
I mean, if you want to talk about Natsumi Shozuki again, that sounds good to me.
No,
Let's do that.
It's fun. It's fine. You'll all probably understand what I mean. That I have Mika Iwata because I have to have Mika Iwata on this list. I will not mention anything about Mika Iwata because she's Mika Iwata. But I think more glaring is, especially looking back to this year's Best of the Super Juniors, is Ruby Eagles, who will get to semifinals of the Best of the Juniors, but he will never win the Best of Super Juniors. How long has he been in Best of Super Juniors? 7 years? 8 years? I think it's 8 years. This was 8th year for him. And he has... And nobody ever thought he's going to win the trophy, right? Nobody thinks about that. He's too old now. He's not going to win the trophy now anymore. He's never going to be the junior champion ever again. And I think it's difficult to say because I think he's pushed. He is pushed, but not as he deserves, because I think he's one of the best wrestlers in the world. And I don't think he has gotten the accolades from New Japan Pro Wrestling he deserves. So that's him, second place.
All right, folks. So a little weird transition there, and the order of that I'm going in based on my screen is now going to be completely different, which is going to be confusing for the listeners. But we'll try to keep to the same order for the end of this one, at least real quick, and then I'll go with the new order from there. So, Paul, I think you were next to give your second place for most underrated.
Yes, so second with most underrated, I went with Mochizuki Jr. because Dragon Gate just doesn't fucking do anything with him. Like, he has just been stuck in just absolute purgatory for the past 6 months, where he's a guy that exists on the roster when he really should be like one of the key focuses of the promotion. Like, he should be one of those guys that is like positioned to like get to the top of the promotion, to become a main eventer and all of that. And he just isn't. And I don't understand why, because I don't really get what else Dragon Gate would want from him. Like, he very clearly is like a great in-ring wrestler. Like, I do think he's like a really good like promo guy as well, as much as I can gather from like, you know, like promos in a different language and all of that. It's just one of the most baffling fucking like booking decisions that Dragon Gate has made this year. I do not understand it. This guy should be the guy that you're very clearly positioning to be the next guy on top of your promotion. And you just aren't doing that, and I do not understand why Dragon Gate isn't doing that.
Yeah. That's a good shout, actually. I didn't think of Mochizuki Jr. Probably because he's so out of sight and out of mind his own promotion.
Sorry, Germany just equalized it.
Jesus
okay.
Christ.
Scared the fuck out of me. I was like, is Paul being murdered?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yes, he's been mugged and killed.
Eric, give me your second place for most underrated. Wow, that's what's happening right now, I guess. But Paul, you should definitely mute because there's a lot of shouting in the background.
Yeah, don't worry, I will.
Yeah. So
Eric, all right. So give me your second place for most underrated, and then from there we'll have to go with the new order here because I can't keep the same old order every time. So
cool. Am I at the top of the second one as well? Do I do second?
No, you're like third.
Oh, okay.
You're like right in the middle now.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. My second pick is Jackie Rita. For all of the reasons already provided. I think I don't remember who picked them. I think maybe it was Paul. They are an absolute like knockout world class tag team. And the way that their tag team title run was booked is you have to be malicious with your booking to book a run like that. It is absolutely mind-blowing to me. So that is my second pick.
Okay, so now we'll go with the new order from here on out. So Paul, give me your first place pick for most underrated.
So my first pick for most underrated is a guy that has already been talked about a couple of times, is Ryohei Oiwa, where if Nosawa Rongai is actually the guy that books you correctly, like if you're Oiwa's current booker, you really need to fucking evaluate your like priorities in life, to be quite honest. It's just the fact that he just isn't doing anything. The fact that even now he's still a guy that needs to go through the qualifiers to get into the actual G1 is just inexcusable. Like, I'm getting to the stage where I'm actually saying, like, well, if Oiwa isn't getting a push anytime soon, like, the next time his contract expires with New Japan, he should just fucking walk. He should just go literally anywhere else, because very clearly they do not know what they have in him and they do not deserve him, and he should just like try to find like success somewhere else, because to me Oiwa is like obviously the guy. He should be the guy at the top of the promotion. He is the most talented of like all of the like kind of like quote unquote young guys in Japan, and the fact that he is still kind of like treated as just like the next Yoshihashi is an absolute inexcusable travesty.
Arametha, who do you have as your first place for most underrated so far for 2026? You're muted, buddy, I think.
Yep, and I think this is the second year in a row I've mentioned her. My most underrated, underpushed wrestler is Naoi Ishikawa in Marigold. She is currently booked, when she's not booked as a clown, as comic relief, which she's actually pretty good at least compared to the other more full-time clown that they have in Megaton. Now Ishikawa actually has some gifts for comedic wrestling, but she is also a woman who has thoroughly sold her soul to pro wrestling. She loves a gimmick. She clearly loves the sport, and she has a great sense of timing and drama and like everything you kind of want from a wrestler to tell a great story in a match. And she doesn't even get included in the Dream Star last year, and I don't think it's a given that she'll be included this year. And again, the top of the card in Marigold is so paltry that you need whatever talent you can get to be rocketed up the top of the card. It's something Rossi has done before when Stardom was struggling with talent to fill all the belts that they had. And that was part of why Utami was such a rousing success. I would just like to see Naoi Ishikawa get like even a little bit of that kind of a push, because I think she would really thrive at the top of the card where they really need her. But I will honestly just take middle of the card, someone who kind of gets a mid amount of points in the Dream Star at this point.
You didn't enjoy her being stacked and pinned at the anniversary show by the Gaijins?
Yeah,
Love the proper stack and pin. Love that.
She is sort of getting like a mini push now. The recent Korakuen Hall, she had that Megaton match where she kind of just destroyed Megaton after a while.
That rocks, actually. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so check that out. And I won't spoil the most recent house show, but she is picking up some results. So I think they finally noticed. Maybe. We'll see.
Okay.
But fully agree with what you said.
Eric, give me your pick for most underpushed.
Yeah, so I was thinking of grouping them together as Love and Peace, but I kind of split out Jackie Rita because I think this one's even more egregious. This is Mochizuki Jr. This is actual booking terrorism. He's one of Dragon Gate's best young wrestlers. So I don't subscribe to the theory that like Dragon Gate has 6 people who deserve to be represented on the 30 under 30. I think they have some good young wrestlers. I think Junior is a legit like top talent, and it's kind of crazy to me that he just gets put in like openers and singles matches and gets beat. I think he was recently beat by Ryu Fuda, right? I mean, Fuda's great, but Junior shouldn't be losing to these people in like 8 minutes, right? He should be in the semi-main events, in main events. Like Hyo, I really don't rate. Like he's the one that's being picked to challenge for the Triangle Gate, I think at Kobe World. Why is it not Junior? That is insane to me that you have this talent and you don't realize, especially when your dad's in the. I feel like it's on purpose. Actually, I feel like he's being punished for his dad being in the promotion. Like his dad's like, "Oh, you gotta learn the hard way, son," or some shit like that. It's just crazy.
Like Mochizuki Jr. originally was like the ultimate, like right. His character originally was like the ultimate like nepotism baby, and then they
funny.
just inverted that completely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Velkej, who do you have for your most underrated / underpushed of the year so far?
So I will, because we have started with this name in this category, and I'm probably the last person. So with the technical difficulties, it's Mio Momono.
Hell yeah.
So she is 10 years in. She will never be pushed in her promotion. This is not like me stating like she has not been pushed yet. No. She will never be pushed in her promotion. She will never actually be offered to any other promotions that is not West Coast Pro Wrestling to be a championship challenger. I think some of you remember that her and Mai Iwatani faced each other and did the belt motion with the speed version of the singles title in Marigold. That match will never happen. That happened. The face-off happened last September, I think, something like that. And people were like, "Oh, we will get this match for like 3 months, like at least once a week." Someone said, "Oh, we are getting that match on maybe two times a month or something like that." No, you are not getting that match. You will never get that match because Chigusa Nagayo does not rate Mio Momono. Yes, I know that sounds insane. No, you don't have to take my word for it. I have just watched that promotion and watched the booking for, I don't know, like since 2018. And I know that for a fact that she will never, ever get that match in other promotion where she's going to lose to fucking Mayu Iwatani. She is not going to get that match. So she will never get pushed and she will stay in that promotion because she's never leaving Marvelous. So this Mio Momono is, she's going to be that until she retires in like maybe 5 years or something like that. So enjoy.
For most underrated, underpushed, I mean, I have to just represent my favorite wrestler here because she's not getting anything even resembling a push this year, and it's Suriano. I don't really get it with her anymore at this point because, like, she's not a spring chicken. She had her big shot, obviously, at Dream Queendom, and she lost, and she just really hasn't done anything this year so far. And, she had the little Fuwa-chan storyline, but, like, other than that, it's just really absolutely nothing. And then you find out she's not even going to be in the 5-star. And unlike Natsupoi, who at least is getting the IWGP Women's title shot on the first night of the 5-star, I mean, there's just nothing with her. And it makes me scared that we're heading for like a retirement announcement or something because it's just really she has not done anything so far this year in Stardom. Obviously, she wrestles elsewhere too, so that could be part of it. But it's just, in Stardom itself, she just really has not gotten anything even resembling a push so far this year. And I still think she's one of the best wrestlers in the world. So it was an easy pick for most underpush for me for 2026 so far. Best unit. So we have 3 picks each for best unit. In third place, I went with Pale Youth from DDT. Just a very, very cool new idea for a unit, just putting together some of the best young wrestlers in the promotion. And they've gotten off to a good start with their KOD 6-man title reign. If anything, they feel like they could be a bigger deal in their home promotion than they are right now, which I guess is why I only have them in third. But yeah, just definitely the coolest men's unit for me. So that's definitely an easy pick here for third place for best unit. Velkej, third place pick for best unit?
So I don't think anyone else but Eric has ever watched a match of this unit, and it's Osako Gun in Actress Girls.
Oh my god.
I love them. I've been forced to love them because finally, after 4 years, it clicked and it works, and it like works perfectly and exactly how it's supposed to work. They are a comedy unit which also has a super rookie in, and their leader is the most hapless member of the roster who never wins, but is an executive producer, like Rossi Ogawa, for example, or Taro Okada. She basically claims she's the booker of the promotion, even though she is not a booker of the promotion. And she makes matches happen on the shows as well, and puts random people in like very awkward situation and stuff like that. Tries to steal the belts, even though she never wins matches, so she doesn't deserve title matches and stuff. And she was one of the worst wrestlers you could ever watch when she started, because she did not know how to move. She was extremely unathletic, and I cannot say that she's a great wrestler now. She's not. She will never be a great wrestler, but she has an knack for comedy that's missing from a lot of comedy wrestlers. And because of her complete insanity and how she presents herself and how her unit presents themselves, it just works. And I cannot deny her anymore, and I cannot deny her unit anymore. So Asako Gun for the third place in the best unit.
Eric, who do you have for your third place for best unit?
Cosmic Angels. I feel like someone else was going to mention it, so let's just move on.
Yes, I'm sure they're going to come up multiple times. Probably, I know they're going to come for me. So, Arametha, third place for best unit.
My third best unit is a unit I think is sneakily having a really good year in Stardom, but nobody really talks about them in that way. It's God's Eye. God's Eye is, in addition to being the home of Dream Trine, it is also the home of the current future champion, Rana, who is having a fantastic run as future champion. And we also have, of course, Siri as IWGP Women's Champion still, and still crushing it. That match against Rena was fantastic. So I think that they've tended to get overshadowed because the main characters of Stardom right now are like ex-Queen's Quest. They're all in Hate. They're all in either Neo Genesis, or I guess Utami is going to Stars. I don't know what's up with that. That doesn't feel right to me. But I just wanted to kind of shout out what has been, from when they were formed, one of my favorite units, and I think they're kind of going through a really high period right now.
Paul, who do you have for your third place for best unit?
So
and second place. So
yes.
You're now the wraparound person.
I know.
So third and second.
I'm snaking now. So this is one of the categories I struggled with the most, to be quite honest. So I went with Love and Peace and the third spot. It's maybe less so. Well, I mean, like I said, like Jackie and Rita had like this really good like fucking like tag team title match and everything. But it's also just, it's more of a combination of just them being very over, the promotion not really doing as much as they really realistically could be with them as well, and just me kind of liking the majority of the members really is like what I put them here in third. Like I had the spot empty for the longest fucking time. Then number 2, I went with United Empire, where like that's a faction that was basically just dead in the water after Will Ospreay went to AEW, and yet somehow Dragon Gate, New Japan has actually managed to like revive the faction by like bringing in a couple new members, like making Callum Newman the new leader, pushing Callum Newman as well, and then kind of like slow rolling this whole storyline that they have going on with Will Ospreay as well. So yeah, I do think like, to me, like United Empire is like by far the most interesting faction in New Japan right now. So that's why they were like my pick for like second best unit. Although again, my pick for first for like best unit was never in any doubt, and I have a feeling it's probably gonna pop up for a bunch of other people as well.
Arametha, who do you have for second place for best unit?
Yeah, for second place, I have Pale Youth, who have been a nice jolt of energy in DDT, which is already an excellent promotion, don't get me wrong. But I really like them bringing all the young guys together into a unit. I also think it has done a lot to give Masa a bit of an extra edge that he's needed. And I think we're going to see him as a singles champion pretty soon, and I'm looking forward to when that happens.
Eric, second place best unit.
Me, Vida Loca. Yeah, Stardom has good units. Who would have thought? I feel like they've taken the Dragon Gate system and just excelled at it and just done it perfectly. It's just funny to contrast where Dragon Gate is right now, and Stardom are just like, yeah, beating them at their own game tenfold, like a millionfold. Yeah, Vida Loca. It's a unit containing my favorite wrestlers: Itsuki, Rini Yamashita, Tsu Suzuki. And also now Akira Kurigane, obviously one of the best rookies. Bazilla's in there as well, injured, and she's been amazing in Stardom before she got injured. So I think most importantly, they energize the undercard like no other unit, and you need units like that. They can also play the heel or the babyface, so they're a really important tweener unit in Stardom as well. So yes, Vida Loca.
Velkej, your second place pick for best unit.
So I mentioned Robbie Eagles. I struggled to not put Oiva into the Underpushed category, but I decided to go different route. So that means I have to put the Mighty Don't Kneel, which is a stolen term from the Australians, who are no longer in promotion, as my second best unit. I think the singular, I don't think there's any other unit that has so much talent in each of their members, like singularly. Like Zack Sabre Jr., Robbie Eagles, Ryohei Oiwa, Daiki Nagai. Daiki is not. I'm sorry. So Ryohei Oiwa, Fujita. I was thinking about something different. Fujita. And I'm like, so that's like all-star unit, right? And Hartley Jackson is there for fun. But you would not really see that if you saw like how they are booked. As, for example, Paul said with the Oiva choice in the Underpushed of the year. So I have to give them something because I have not represented them before. And I think they are actually like my favorite unit in New Japan.
For best unit for me, in second place, I have Neo Genesis. Just thought they've had a really, really good year between Zero Knee Line winning the Goddess Tag titles. The Starlight Kid having having an incredible match with Saya Kamatani in February, and just a great feud in general for the World of Stardom title. And then the storyline introducing Emma Maishima into the unit was really well done as well. First place for me was easily Cosmic Angels. Just the entire build of All-Star Grand Queendom being about the unit and its future, and feeling like such a big deal whether or not the unit would continue. It just makes it obvious to me it's still the unit in Stardom, and they did such a great job with that. And then they, on the goofier side of things, they did an amazing job with the storyline of Ane Kania trying to enter the unit and the ridiculous trials Aya Sakura put her through. So they still just feel like the main characters of the promotion. Whether people like it or not, I guess. But as a huge Cosmic Angels stan, I do like it. So, but yeah, easy pick for me. Definitely Cosmic Angels was the unit of the half year in Stardom. In all of wrestling. Velkej, who do you have as your number one unit?
Hate. It's Oirota has been my favorite unit. They morph into Hate. There was like time during the Hate run that I was not into them. But they got me back. Momo Watanabe is back, and I cannot vote against Momo Watanabe's unit. Also, I don't have to give it to ISIS, but Bea Priestley is home, and 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 also Konami just had like incredible run that I did not expect her to be able to have. And Tora and Natsuko, Tora and Uraka are the best drawing tag teams in Stardom's history. So they they beat Thunder Rock. They drew better in Korakuen than Thunder Rock ever did. So there you have it. Hate and right now we are in the middle of like some kind of split. Something's happening with Kamitani and Momo Watanabe. I'm basically on pins and needles what's going to happen throughout the 5-star and leading into the Sumo Hall at the end of the year.
Eric, who do you put as your best unit?
Pale Youth. A
Eric?
unit contain. Hello?
Oh, did we lose me again?
No, I can hear you.
I
may have lost Eric.
Oh,
I hear you.
Yeah, I hear you as
Oh.
well.
I hear you.
okay.
So Eric's gone.
Eric says he hears all of us, but we can't hear him again, I guess. Okay. That's good.
Hello,
Okay.
hello, hello.
While Eric tries to figure that out, I guess Arametha, give me your best unit.
Yeah, my best unit is another Stardom unit, but it's not Cosmic Angels. It's the unit who is holding down the mid card, adding a bit of comedy and just making things a little more interesting. It's the Ito Respect Gundam. Also, I believe they're technically still not a unit in Stardom, so this may not be a valid pick. But I don't know. They're a hoot.
I'll allow it.
You'll allow it? Okay. Well, Teru Okada may not, but John will, and that's what matters here. I am starting to feel a little smug about how well Maki Ito has done in Stardom, because while I wouldn't say I'm a fan of Ito, I have for years thought she was very, very good. Especially when she was in Stardom. Can you still hear me, by the way?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Because I'm getting errors.
The scary thing also popped up for me.
Yes. I think we're
Okay.
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 Yeah, I think it's
Right.
Eric trying to like reconnect.
Gotcha. Okay. Sorry. The thought I was finishing was basically that I think Maki Ito was always very good at telling a compelling story in TJPW, and also was just a very good wrestler in her own right. That she's able to take that to a bigger stage and be extremely successful with it is kind of validating for those of us who were feeling a bit annoyed at how much hate she was getting because she figured out that all American pigs really just like is just a little bit of shtick, and it's an easy way to make some money. That's not her fault. She's just working efficiently. American audiences should have better taste in wrestling.
All right, folks. More technical difficulties. Like Zencastr is not like us recording with 5 people today, I guess. But the good news is I think the order is almost the same. I think only Eric and Velkej swapped this time, but I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm not memorizing the orders before every time we have to reload it. But Eric, you got to give your first place for best unit, and then Paul's got to do it.
Yep, before I was censored by Zencastr because they didn't want to hear the truth. The best unit is Pale Youth from DDT. It's a unit containing my favorite wrestlers. It's my favorite unit. I think what I love about Pale Youth is they sort of encapsulate what makes DDT so awesome. A bunch of good-looking young boys who can wrestle their asses off, who are super popular with the fans. Shout out to the 11th of March match where they won the KOD 6-man tag team titles. Blew the roof off Shinjuku Face. It was absolutely insane, and they beat the jocks of DDT, the Sauna Boys, as well. That's what you do when you push your popular young boys, and not a lot of promotions do that. I feel like Stardom and DDT are the 2 promotions that push their young wrestlers better than anyone else. The logo does suck. The name
Tokyo Joshi too, I guess.
Tokyo Joshi. Yeah, I mean they pushed Haru, right? She got a IP title match recently. Suzume obviously is young, so yeah. TWPW does a good job as well. Logo sucks. Name could be better, but the theme song absolutely slaps. I love Pale Youth.
Yeah, the theme song is great.
It's awesome. I wish they'd add Kazuma Sumi though. I don't know what he's doing, why he's not in a unit, but yeah.
He's in NWA Junior, I guess.
Yeah, but I mean, Shin was in 2 units. He's in NWA as well. So.
That's true, actually. Paul, who's your pick for best unit?
So for my best unit of the half year, I will harass vested interest, abuse false idols,
Terrorize the fools.
terrorize the fuels, and eradicate the culture of stupidity. HATE. Hate. Like, it's like it is about the perfect way you can kind of book a heel faction, right? Like, they're cheating here and there, but they still win matches like legitimately as well. Like, they are kind of dominant, they like hold the titles and everything, but eventually it all comes crashing down. And that's exactly what Stardom did at like All-Star Grand Queendom, right? Where like this is where it all like hate kind of dominated a good chunk of like the first half of the year. They obviously dominated all of last year, but this is really where they like got their comeuppance when they like lost all of the belts and everything. And now they're kind of in the era of like, are we still together as a faction? Like, now we're really like, we face some backlash and everything. And now there's like potentially two leaders of the faction. How is that gonna work out? Is it not? And everything. It's just really great booking of a faction. Like, you build up the heels to tear them down so that the baby faces get more over. That's exactly what you want to do, and then you actually set up like an actually like engaging storyline for it afterwards. Just really great booking from Stardom, and that's why they're my favorite faction of the half year.
All right, so now the opposite, the worst unit of the half year so far. I sort of wonder if this is the first one with potential unanimous status, but I guess we'll say Paul.
It's
the
not
worst unit.
It probably was originally, because okay, here's the thing. So this is one of the ones where I changed my vote most. So I originally had House of Torture in this, which I assume is probably like what John was aiming for. Yeah. And I very much get why people would vote for House of Torture, but I actually then changed my vote to like All Rebellion, because All Rebellion was just this like fucking millstone around the neck of everybody involved in it. And then I changed it again while we were recording, and I changed it to Patra. Patra is one of the worst factions I have ever fucking seen. They were like there's a reason why even a promotion as stubborn as Dragon Gate pulled the plug on Patra this fucking quickly. Like, just absolutely confused thing where it's like, are we heels? Are we baby faces? And then they just immediately went into just a feud with like, quote unquote, the other heel faction in the promotion. Again, this is where it's unclear who you were actually supposed to root for in that fucking feud. It's just very unlikable, just no real redeeming factors as well. I genuinely think all three members of it like emerged from it. Well, it's debatable about Homare, whether or not he emerged from it worse than he entered into it, but it's at least borderline, which is bad. Like, that's not what you want. Shun Skywalker definitely exited it worse than he entered into it. El Cielo, hard to really gauge for it. It's just really confused. I don't know what the fuck like Dragon Gate actually tried to achieve of this one. Also really shown on the fact that they just had no fucking merch as well, which just tells you that Dragon Gate just gave up on them really early, and yet they just still fucking stunk up the promotion for like nearly 6 months. Just absolute dot, thumbs down, fuck off, good riddance, see you never.
Arametha, what do you have for worst unit? That was quite the speech by Paul to give him that one.
Yeah, fuck Patra. They are clearly the worst unit in Pro right now. I don't even think it's close. They make House of Torture look coherent and reasonably booked. I I think that there's room for an interesting story to be told with heel versus heel um, faction warfare. But somehow Patra also had an extra layer of just being repellent on top of all that. Where even like pretty good or promising wrestlers like El Cielo or Homore are kind of dragged down by it. And I think it goes back to what Paul was talking about earlier. It's Skywalker's massive ego kind of warping everything around him and making it worse. I think that's the really the worst part of Patra. You're aware the entire time that this is a massive ego trip for Shun Skywalker, and that I think is ultimately why it's so hard to cheer for them. That there's no sense that this is building up either of the younger wrestlers really. And even though I guess they tried to point to that a bit with the storyline with the cage match, ultimately like it wasn't satisfying and it was miserable while they were doing it. So I'm glad they're gone.
Okay. Velkej, who do you have for worst unit?
So I cannot vote for anything from Dragon Gate, and I will do the most basic thing imaginable, and that means House of Torture. Last year, if you remember, I have raged out and I have quit New Japan Pro Wrestling for the first time since 2017. I unsubscribed from New Japan Pro Wrestling, New Japan World, because of the absolute atrociousness that was Dookie coming back from injury to become part of House of Torture. Him being included in that thing of a unit, and now with Evil gone, the only reason why some of their matches worked was Evil. And I hate Evil as well. Like, there's nothing redeeming about House of Torture. I have lived with long-running heel unit in Stardom my whole fandom since 2016. There has been Oedotai, there has been a heel unit, and it has been basically the same people throughout the full life of that heel faction. I have in Actress Girls, there's unit that's called Killers with Z at the end. They are shit. They're not good, and they make good wrestlers into bad wrestlers when they join. And I have lived with them as well. There was a heel unit in Actress Girls that was called Jadoshu, which basically means snakes, something like Gajadoku, also snakes. One of the members was current Megaton. So you can imagine how bad they were. They were very bad. House of Torture is worse. House of Torture in 2026 has no redeeming qualities. There is no reason for them to exist. They should have been disbanded when Aaron Wolf has beaten their leader, sent him packing, and made him into an abyss. He's called an abyss now, basically. He's in WWE. Fucks his wife on a nightly basis instead of once per half a year or something like that. Good for him. Maybe we can ship the rest of his unit there so they can help him win his matches or something like that. Fuck them. Same as Gajo Dokoru or Patra or whatever Paul chose.
Eric, who do you have as worst unit for 2026 so far?
Yeah, I had something different, and then Paul said his Patra on. I'm like, yeah, they're pretty fucking terrible. I feel like they're the objectively correct answer to this question. So I have to vote for them. Who I was going to pick, and this will probably have some disagreements, is Team 2000X. And it's not that I think that they're the worst unit. It's that I'm comparing them to where they were last year. So like pre-Owada-san excursion, they were so fucking hot. They were pretty much carrying the promotion as Awa and Owada-san. I no idea why they sent Owada-san on excursion. That is crazy timing, because he was probably one of the not most over person on the roster. Like, I don't care about the interference and stuff like that, but yeah, compared to where they were a year ago, it feels different. It feels a bit stale. I think they need a Wada-san back. Yeah, that's basically it for me. That's worst relative unit. Actual worst unit, aside from Saipatra, I would have said Havoc. So, yeah, there you go.
I actually, sorry, just for quick on like the Team 2000X thing. I can't even necessarily disagree with that. Sorry, I can't even necessarily disagree with that because I actually did have a very brief thought if I should put them here, but I'm like, no, like there's just too much other bad shit there, and
Saipatra wins for sure.
yeah. Oh no, absolutely. But like, I did at least spare a thought for Team 2000X for this.
Yeah.
So my worst unit, I went with House of Torture. That's who I voted for here. I mean, they're to me they're like single-handedly ruining New Japan this year, where New Japan still has a lot of outstanding matches, and they really just never even sniffed my best promotion list, though, I guess, to get to spoil that list, and it's because of the House of Torture stuff. I mean, it's just been so much worse for me without Evil. Because unlike Velkej, I did really like Evil, and he was, like the one mitigating factor for me with this faction, and just obviously he's no longer there. So I did go with House of Torture. I didn't think of Saipatra, I will say, and Paul and Arametha were both very convincing with Saipatra. I mean, that was a total fucking failure of a unit if there ever was one. So they would definitely be up there too. But yeah, and Team 2000X, another horrible unit. But I did go with House of Torture. Best major show. So in third place, I went with the All Japan Superpower Series June 18th Korakuen. Two of the three shows on this list for me are going to be from this June trip. And, there were other ones on this trip I could have put in contendership too. I think this trip had some really, really outstanding overall wrestling shows. But yeah, just being in a sold out Korakuen Hall for an all Japan show of all things, which, given where that promotion was last year versus where they've been this year, is just such a 180, and it's such a great 180. And, that crowd just was so into everything that it really elevated the entire experience for me. Just, being in that crowd and just, getting to see like a major world title match, the all Asia tag title match, the junior title match, in that setting, a sold out Korakuen Hall, just elevated it for me, because it's just like, how often can you really say you get to see like that level of match or like that level of show, especially like a champion carnival winner, challenging for a title in a Korakuen Hall these days. I mean, it's not obviously that super, super often. So just, it felt like, again, getting like a big super card level show in a Korakuen with a super hot crowd, just made that show just an amazing live experience. So definitely had to get it into my top three for the half year. So that is third place for me. Eric, what do you put for third place for best major show?
Third place for best major show, I put the Marvelous 10th anniversary. So probably a bit like you, when you're at show live, it just kind of hits different. So I was at this show live and I had a really, really fun time. I love the presentation of the wrestlers at the start. Like previewing the wrestlers. I love that they had the balls to book a big building, even if it was a mistake, because they were meant to book Yokohama Budokan, but accidentally booked Buntai. I love the debuting rookies, Senka getting a marquee match. They put the biggest AAAW title match they could have with Takumi and Sarai, with the ace winning in main event to send the crowd home happy. The crowd went insane on those near falls. They absolutely love Takumi. And then, of course, there's Mio just doing, back-to-back match of your contender matches. And also a retirement on the show as well. Yeah, just good shit from top to bottom and good vibes in the venue. This award was actually kind of harder than I expected it to be. I feel like there's a lot of like match of year contender matches, but not so many top to bottom blowout shows. There's a lot of really good shows, but like compared to like All Star Grand Queendom in like 2025, which is an all timer, I don't think we've had like an all timer show yet in 2026. Maybe I guess John or Armani might say Conversion. Their live didn't come off quite that way to me at home. I'm surprised that DDT hasn't had like a knockout show so far. Like Judgment under delivered slightly. Maybe it'll be Peter Pan. But yeah, I'm just surprised that there hasn't been that clear winner show so far in 2026.
Velkej, what do you have for third place for best major show?
So I'm a cheater. I cheated, and I don't think that a show in Shinkiba first ring can be counted as a major show. But it is a retirement show. It's a retirement show for one of my favorite wrestlers, Natsuki, who I've watched for 5 years. She retired on the 2nd of May in Shinkiba, and she wrestled 4 times in 4 different matches. Each match was a theme. First was like a new blood match where she faced rookies. Second was long-running rivals / tag teams with her tag team partner. It was a freeway tag match. Third match was unit versus unit, where she was adopted into the babyface army of the promotion and faced the comedy unit I talked about in the previous bit. And the last match, main event, was a 4-way match, which should have been a 5-way match, but the fifth part of the match was not present because Koki is no longer member of the Actress Girls roster, and it was Mari versus Naru versus Natsuki versus Nene Arahata, who are, with Koki, the original members of the space of the time travel of Space Pirates. Yeah, it's the Space Pirates of the Space Pirates, which were like her like original. Those are her basically gen mates or like classmates, and it ended a beautiful career, which I was able to follow from the start to the end. And as I said, like it was seen by 200 people there in the venue, but it was a wonderful, wonderful time. And I am extremely jealous of Eric because he was there in person.
Yes, I didn't vote for that because I also thought it was cheating, but that is my show of the year. But I didn't vote for it because it just didn't feel like it fit the criteria.
Arametha, give me your third place pick for best major show.
Well, don't listen to Eric. He's a liar. I thought DDT Judgment 2026 29th Anniversary 5-hour special was a really good show. Well deserving of third place on this list here. I thought it was just a very entertaining show top to bottom that mixed comedy with really good serious wrestling. I do think a couple matches I had higher expectations for under-delivered. But ultimately, I think it was like a good statement show, I would say, for what DDT is good at, which we keep saying. Like they do very well-rounded shows, and while they might be best known for their comedy, do not ignore how good the quote-unquote serious wrestling is as well. I think it's been a very good year for DDT, and Judgment was a good peak for them.
Yeah, just because I thought Judgment was really good, I just didn't think it was an all-timer show. So
I'd agree with that, but we're talking like halfway through the year, you know?
No. I was just surprised that we haven't had that all-timer show in 2026.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Well, I wanted to tease you a bit too.
No,
so.
So Paul, give me your third and second place picks for best major show.
Yes, I literally just now realized that I never actually asked if we are allowed to vote for non-Poro things in this.
I'd say no. I just keep it to Kuro, yeah. Well, if you want to shout something else real quick, you can. But
but then I'll actually have to like reconsider like a couple of things actually.
Oh.
So I'm just gonna skip my number 3 vote then because I don't think I can come up with like another one off the top of my head right now. So I'm just gonna go straight into my number 2, which is the Stardom All-Star Grand Queendom. Quite simply, well, you know what? Actually, you know what? In that case, I'm gonna just put like conversion at number 3 and All-Star Grand Queendom at number 2. So why did I go for that kind of order? Quite simply because I think Grand Queendom just had the advantage of being a much more satisfying show in terms of like storyline outcomes. Because as I mentioned earlier, right, like why I voted hate as my favorite faction of the year is because they actually got their comeuppance. And again, that happened at All-Star Grand Queendom, right? Like we finally got to see the downfall that we have been waiting for like a year plus. at that point, and that's why that made it to me like a much more like satisfying show than the conversion, despite the fact that the conversion probably was a better show in terms of like actual like in-ring match quality, but just Grand Queendom was just a more satisfying show in terms of like overall storyline.
Arametha, give me your second place for best major show.
Second place for best major show was TJPW Grand Princess. I loved this show pretty much top to bottom, and again, it's another good statement show of what TJPW is now. Also, I think just about every match on the card delivered. Obviously, it had a great main event with Yuki Arai and Miyu Watanabe, but it also had a really good Suzume versus Arisu Indo match. Second, wait, was that? No, wait, that's not the International Princess. That was Mirai versus Suzume, right?
Yeah, Mirai Suzume was that show. Yeah.
Sorry. I said that and immediately knew it was wrong. But yes, that was also very good, if had some noticeable botches. But also just in terms of what TJPW is now, it's that it's a pop culture promotion in a very specific way that's very specific to Japan, where it's really interested in not just Joshi wrestling and wrestling history, but also tokusatsu and anime and idols and like weird niche Japanese comedians and so on. I wanted to contrast that to kind of like how WWE is really interested in pop culture, but it's interested in a way that's like almost envious, where it wishes that it was doing anything but pro wrestling, because so much of WWE has, I think, comes from a place of being disgusted with their own product, of just not liking pro wrestling. Whereas TJPW takes a lot of joy in it, and they kind of also integrate some of their other interests in, besides pro wrestling, in a way that makes for a really fun to watch product. So,
all right, folks. So a little more technical difficulties, but Velkej, give me your second place for best unit.
It's the All Star Grand Kingdom.
Or best major show. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. It's for all the reasons that we mentioned before, because it was the end of the story, and the next show was start of the new stories, and Conversion was another start of the new stories. But the All Star Grand Kingdom was the climax of the Hate story, Hate versus Cosmic Angels, which started when Tam beat Saya Kamitani for the titles after the... No, yeah, she did beat... No? Did she beat... No, what I'm talking about. Which started in like after 5-star in 24. So it's not the best show of the year. Best show of the year will be obvious. Probably other people will have the same. But it deserves the best, second best slot at least.
Eric, what do you have for second place for best major show?
Yeah, I have the show. I'm guessing people have first, and it will be obvious why. Again, it's probably like the live difference. I have Conversion 2026, Stardom second. So it's just, I mean, it was covered very recently on the podcast, so I won't talk too much about it. Just really well-rounded, well-paced show with an incredible main event.
So yeah, for second place, I have All Star Grand Queendom, and for first place, I have the Conversion. So yeah, we can probably just skip ahead since we are going pretty long as usual. But yes, for all the reasons everybody covered, two awesome shows, and the Conversion just has the tiebreaker of me being there live, and you can hear me and Matt rave about it for an hour in last week's episode, so no real reason to go deep into it again. But yeah, the Conversion just and when Eric said there's been no all-time great shows, that is an all-time great live experience for me, and I thought it was even significantly better than Dream Queendom. which as far as attending both live. So just love that show. Eric, what do you have for your best major show pick for this half year?
All-Star Grand Kingdom. So I was there live. So I don't think it's as good as the 2025 version of it, but that's like an extreme. That's the highest bar you can ever have. No other promotion like in the world like threads multiple storylines throughout the entire card. Like the show had a theme, the downfall of hate, as Paul said. So no one else is putting on cards that is as narratively cohesive, I would say. And I think no one else does these big shows like Stardom does it. And I'll obviously never forget the finish to the main event, and that's an all-time live experience for me.
Velkej, your pick for best major show for this half year so far?
Wrestle Kingdom. The combo of Iron Wolf debut, the Tsuji beating Takeshita with the Boston Crab, and Tanahashi retirement is for me like one of the top shows that I have watched on stream that I was not top Wrestle Kingdoms that I watched on stream that I was not there for live. And I'll never forget the feeling that I had when Okada beat Tanahashi, the last Rainmaker, where Tanahashi did not kick out anymore. And everything that followed after that was, I don't think I could have produced better retirement ceremony for Tanahashi than that, outside of maybe like few guests that could not appear because of the hand waves at the America, because what the fuck are you doing there? Why? Ugh, whatever. So there's that.
Arametha, your pick for best major show for this half year?
My pick for best major show for this half year is Stardom: The Conversion. I did detect a little angst about picking The Conversion from some of y'all because it was a live show and you were there, and maybe felt that was unfair. I thought it was pretty clearly the show of the year from Stardom, and with Stardom being the best promotion, spoiler alert, it clearly the best show so far. It was kind of top to bottom already very good, but it peaks pretty early on with the Dream Trying defense against the Ito Respect Gundan. And from there, it just didn't. It felt like things just kind of sustained a good high note. And on top of all that, ends on a really satisfying end to Kurara's reign as World of Stardom champion, and the crowning of a long-awaited new champion in Suzu Suzuki.
Paul, your pick for best major show? Oh no.
Yep. No.
Okay.
Don't worry. I forgot that I couldn't just unmute myself on my microphone. I actually had to click into the recording. Also, more like Paraguay, more like Parahu. So I'm just gonna say that. Yeah, I did. Germany just took the lead.
Okay.
Yeah. So number one.
Well, it was a good header.
Yes. Oh, it really was. But yeah, number one, I went again, and this is definitely a live bonus as well. I went with Wrestle Kingdom as my number one show. It's just the like it just felt like a historic show. Like you had like all of the like other stuff around it, like a debut of Iron Wolf and all of that, and whatever. The main really important part of why this felt like it's such a historical show was because of the retirement of Hiroshi Tanahashi. Like that match, like the fact that it was like I went into that thinking it was just going to be a good match. It was more than that, and I'm going to restrain myself because I might talk about this more later. But it's a memory I will carry on with me for the rest of my life, is that I was there for like Hiroshi Tanahashi, one of the greatest wrestlers ever, like for his last match. I was there for his retirement. I saw his retirement ceremony and everything. I saw him getting driven around a fucking sold out Tokyo Dome on his fucking like palanquin, fucking like weird as parade vehicle and everything. while he was waving to the crowd, like saying goodbye to basically every single like fan in the arena, and nothing can really beat that. So that's why, to me, like it will be my like number one show of the year, even at the end. Like I will be shocked if it isn't.
I didn't mention this on the podcast earlier because, well, first of all, it happened after the last episode, and I just forgot until now. I got to tell Tanahashi how awesome it was to be at his retirement ceremony because he was like just standing by himself in the Cork and Hall lobby during the New Japan like Road to G1 show, and I just get you. I think he was like shilling for some credit card or something, like a New Japan credit card you could sign up for. But there was like nobody else around at the time. And I just kind of like nervously told him, I was like, I think it's in Japanese, something like, your retirement match was amazing. And he just starts talking to me in English. And he's like, oh, were you there? And I was like, yep, I did go to that too. And, it was very humble, very, very appreciative of any, and this random gaijin telling him his retirement match was great. So that was cool. The worst major show. What do you have for your worst major show pick, Paul?
So for my worst major show, this is one that I kind of like threw around in my head for like a while as well. Like I thought about maybe putting voting for like the Dragon Gate Golden Coliseum show and everything, but I was like, I don't know, like that at least I had like the Jackie Kamei match, and at least we got like a fucking payoff to the fucking shitty Saipatra Kajidokuro like storyline and all of that. So at the end I went with Noah the New Year. Like a show that I had like exactly one good match on it, which was Amaxa versus Hiromu Takahashi before he retired. And then really kind of nothing else on it. It's also a show I watched like very, very hungover. And that like it's almost like a fucking like live watching debuff, because it was again the 1st of January where like I got out of like the club, or I got off Club Mogra pretty late. But regardless, like I don't think, like even on a rewatch, I don't think that show really has many like very like redeeming factors about it. So that why to me it was like a pretty easy pick to put it like as my like worst major show of the year.
Arametha, what do you have for your worst major show?
Yeah, I also have Noah the New Year to 2026. An absolute dud of a show. With one of the best matches of the year on it, but that doesn't save it, especially when it ends on such a sour note. Immediately after the show, I kind of defended how that match went, but I think over time, with how much Ozawa's star has dimmed in that time, and he hasn't even been injured, it feels like Noah just made a mistake at that time. I'll also say, by the way, that some of the friends I went to, or that I knew who were going to the show, were people who didn't really follow Noah closely, but they did go to Noah the New Year the year before. And that was a great show. This one, when I talked to them later, like soured them on going to a Noah show again. It was just that bad, even to the casuals.
Velkej, what do you think about the worst major show pick for 2026?
So I said at the start that I simply stopped watching bad things. I don't have worst show because nothing. I have not watched the Noah show that you both talked about. I've not watched any Dragon Gate shows that would be like considered for the worst show. Like if I watch a bad show, there's like 1-2 matches that are bad, but the rest of the show is good or very good or even great. So I cannot, in good conscience, vote for any show.
Eric, worst major show?
Yeah, I actually did struggle with this one as well. So I just went with the ones that stuck out to me, and I did watch the New Year one, but I was in Japan. I didn't watch all of it. I just picked out some of the matches, and the main event didn't insult me as much as the Dragon Gate Uno Dos Tres main event, which was Madoka Kukuta versus Yuki Yoshioka. That just had super, super bad vibes ending on that note. I think I was on Omakase actually to review it. It just kind of killed my enthusiasm for Dragon Gate in 2026. I cannot believe they gave Yoshioka this 9-month redemption storyline and then killed him dead. That was insane booking. And on top of that, you had Genki Horiguchi, in a Brave Gate match in 2026 against Ryo Tanaka, who should be facing people like Junior on one of those shows. Like it was literally the biggest show of the year, right? Before Kobe World, like the second biggest show of the year, and he's facing Genki. Yeah, like what are we doing? Terrible show.
Yeah, I also voted for that Dragon Gate Uno Dos Tres show. I mean, it was a 2-horse race between that and Noah New Year. And all it comes down to for me is, besides the fact that I was at the Budokan and at least I was getting to be in the Budokan, so at least that did something for me. The other thing is, I think Hiromu versus Amakusa was better than the best match on the Dragon Gate show, which I guess was like the Triangle Gate 3-way or something. And I thought the shows otherwise were about equally dog shit, and the main event I thought was even worse than the Noah main event. And the booking of both were also really bad. So it really just came down to, the best match on the Noah show was just a lot better than the best match on that Dragon Gate show. So it was the Dragon Gate Uno Dos Tres show for me. Most outstanding wrestler. So this is in-ring only. So nothing else considered. In third place, I went with Sayaka Kurara. I think she had an amazing Cinderella tournament. An amazing match with Saya Kamatani in the main event of All-Star Grand Kingdom. And then really what put her over the top is, appearing in my top 10. I believe I put her in fourth place overall against Suzu Suzuki on June 20th at the Conversion, where she drops the title to Suzu. So just an incredible first half of the year for Sayaka. I don't know if she'll be able to keep it up, but we'll see what her 5-star looks like. And I just think if anything, she's becoming like underrated as an in-ring wrestler, where I think people are not quite giving her the flowers that she deserves for the year she's having. So that's why I put her in third place. Eric, who do you have as your third place for most outstanding wrestler?
Yeah, this one is a bit straightforward to me because I rate every match I watch, and then I do that really nerdy thing where you assign a point system. It's just how my brain works. So like the point system already takes into account all my consideration, all my likes and dislikes. So I just go to that list and just read off who are my top 3, and it normally basically tracks with who I actually think is most outstanding. So my third is Veni. So Joshi, independent star, one of the best wrestlers in the world. So people that know me will think this is a vanity pick, obviously, because she's my top favorite wrestler, but she's just actually had a really, really good year so far. And this is before she has that Chihiro Hashimoto singles match on 12th of July. I also count tag team matches for this award because, they're still wrestling in those matches. And Veni has been like near perfect in a lot of tag team matches I've watched her in on the Joshi Indies. So, she also managed to drag a great singles match out of Unagi Sayaka. So, yeah, that's my third pick.
Velkej, who do you have in third place for most outstanding wrestler?
So this was supremely difficult for me, even though I'm not watching as many promotions as you, John, or as many promotions as Eric, because he's a fucking insane, a psychopath. If I think, I don't know how he managed that. So I don't watch enough Chihiro Hashimoto to rate her anywhere on my list. But so basically for me it's like really, really isolated this. And even though it's isolated, I have really difficult time picking up this category. In the end, my third place is Fujita from New Japan, because I think his year has started incredible. He will probably not have anything happening for himself for around 4 months now. So this is it for him. This is it. This is what he has. This is what he will build his case on from, which is why he's on my only third place. but his Best of Super Juniors was really fucking good, and the highs were really, really high. So I hope New Japan doesn't kill him completely, but they will. And we will see him in December, something like that. Sad, but true.
Arametha, who do you have in third place for most outstanding?
For most outstanding, I have Yudo Ice. This was actually kind of a difficult choice between Yudo Ice and Oscar. I think Oscar, if anything, is underrated. But I do really appreciate how flamboyant Yudo Ice is. And I think he's had some really memorable moments in the tag title matches. I think a lot about the one where I think it was against TMDK, where he knocks his shoulder back into place by just hitting his shoulder against the padding in the ring. That was bonkers. And just the guy is ludicrous, but he absolutely earns that ludicrousness because he has the skills in the ring.
All right, folks, we have technical difficulties again. Our Zencastr fucking hates me today, and this podcast is going to take 7,000 years for me to edit together while I'm jet lagged. So this is going to go great. But it also means the order changed again. So Paul is going to quickly give his third place for most outstanding, and then we'll go with the new order from there. So Paul, before we got cut off, who is your third place for most outstanding?
So my third place for most outstanding is Yuya Uemura. He really is just kind of a guy. Okay, so I should probably also say how I generally approach this category. I generally will try to keep my like most outstanding and my like Flair face kind of voting completely separate. So like if I vote for like a person in one category, I try to not vote for them in the other one, unless it's just, you know, such a like slam dunk that I just cannot avoid it. So Yuya Uemura is a guy that wasn't really put into like any kind of like drawing position by New Japan at all in the past year, a half year. But I do think his match quality overall was just very, very high, very, very consistent. Like whether or not he was put into like tag team matches, singles matches, all of that, just basically just an insanely low floor, like very high ceiling. And that's why to me he was like a pretty easy pick for like number 3 on most outstanding.
Arametha, give me your second place for most outstanding.
Yeah, my second place for most outstanding is Miyu Watanabe, former Princess of Princess champion, current Princess of Princess tag champion again in Daydream, and all-around badass. Not only a very strong wrestler who is able to do stuff that seems frankly impossible given how small she is. She also just has a great sense of drama in a match and is highly entertaining to watch. I deeply, deeply love this goofy pink muscle princess. A huge fan of her. So I picked her second because even though she is no longer a champion, she's still a core part of why TJBW is so successful right now. And is obviously going to be really important in any plans they have going forward. So looking forward to years of even better work coming out from her.
Paul, who do you have second place for most outstanding?
Second place for most outstanding, I have Takumi Iroha. This was like basically like I genuinely debated whether or not I should just put Spark Rush here as like a combined second, but I think Takumi Iroha just has like a few more like individual performances that I slightly like put her ahead of Sari, but just like almost every single match that she's put into, like she will just fucking deliver, especially if it's like anything of any kind of importance. She will just work insanely hard, just like put her body on the line no matter what it is. And I think that is just very much like well worth like actually shouting her out, because I think she's like somebody that is very often forgotten amongst like the greats of like pro wrestling.
Velkej, your second place pick for most outstanding.
This is going to be weird, but it's Kurara. I did not rate her as highly as I do now, but her matches have this special, how to say it. Her matches has this special, I don't know, texture to them. It's very difficult to like describe it for me. Where she is like in Joshi Pro Wrestling, Japanese women's pro wrestling is full of underdog baby faces. Miku Kanai, for example, one of the big ones on the indie scene. And I think Kurara is better than all of them because she is able to, like, her timing within the structure and her placement of the moves she performs to perfection in those matches is sublime for me. And I think she is the best and in this genre of pro wrestler. I don't think she has any in wrestling that I watch, she doesn't have competition in what she does. She does the best in the world. So, second place for her.
Eric, your second place pick for most outstanding.
I've got to say, I am loving these picks, especially the Takumi one. Second I went with Chihiro Hashimoto. I think everyone in the circle listening to this podcast knows her case. One of the best singles runs that I've seen in a while. The funniest part is I think we knew this was coming. I remember writing in the Social Suplex newsletter last year, like, it's not that I'm happy that Yu was retiring, but I was excited to see Hashimoto go on a tear rather than being stuck in like repetitive Team 200 kg tags for a year. And yeah, she's shown exactly why she's one of the best wrestlers in the world.
For me, I have in second place for most outstanding Miyu Watanabe. Already been covered, but again, just a great princess title reign, straight into an outstanding tag title reign, and she's on my match of the year list twice already. So just for the tag title match on June 7th at Korakuen and the January 4th princess title match. So just having an outstanding year again. My first place for most outstanding is Chihiro Hashimoto. I just think she's killing it every time out there. Just being able to do even more singles matches this year now that her partner Yu retired has been a huge boon for her, and she's just having, I think, the best in-ring year. I mean, she's interestingly not in my top 10 match of the year list, but just she's like the sheer volume of like 4.5 star matches and like 4.25 star matches she has this half year is unmatched for me. So Chihiro number one so far. Eric, what is your most outstanding wrestler pick for 2026 so far?
Mio Momono. As I said earlier, really underrated. I think she's honestly one of the best ever. She's still only 28 years old, and she can work multiple roles. She can be the underdog babyface. She can be the arsehole bully. She can be the ace-like figure, even though she'll never be an ace. As Velkej laid out succinctly earlier, she's responsible for training a lot of the Marvelous Talent, obviously alongside Takumi, and just most importantly, obviously for this award, is she has an insane match catalogue in 2026. Obviously, as we'll get to, spoilers in my match of the year category as well.
Velkej, your most outstanding wrestler for 2026 so far. Velkej, please tell me this didn't happen again.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
It's fine. I started talking and then I realized that I'm muted. This is a coin toss for me. This is not that I can move the other person to the second slot, because that's not how that works. That's not how I do things. So it's Shuri and it's Kamitani. Partly because Kamitani has had multiple injuries throughout the start of the year, but through them she delivered on the level that I don't think I. So I'm not commit. I have never been Kamitani respecter. I did not like her white belt run. I did not like her rookie run. I did not like her post white belt run. I did not like most of her red belt run. She turned me around in the Starlight Kid match because that was not needed from her. I said so that she is the biggest star in the women's wrestling. There's outside of Rhea Ripley, there's nobody who's bigger than her. She could have just said, "And then I will roll you up for free," and it would have worked. Nobody would have complained about that. She went through and still delivered basically flawless match with injured both hands, basically fingers. She wrestled before that, 2 months before that. She wrestled with a concussion in Tokyo Dome and delivered basically also a flawless match. Then she went and made Kurara throughout the matches and the storyline they did, and then she laid down for Kurara on the biggest show in 30 years. So, like, and the match was like incredible. I cannot I have to vote for her. I have to vote for her as the most outstanding wrestler because she turned me around, like, with her in-ring work. But I don't want to vote for her, so it's Shuri and Asaka Metane in the first place.
Paul, your pick for most outstanding wrestler for the first half of 2026.
Yeah, I went with. I mean, it feels like a chalk pick. I went with Shuri. It's because to me, right, like if you just go for like most outstanding wrestler in ring only, right, like we don't consider any kind of drawing record. And like I said, I try to keep like the two categories completely separate. I think to me, Shuri was just a very like natural person to vote for here. She's not really like yeah, she's a champion and everything, but like it's not like she's ever really put like into like a drawing position by Stardom. Like on like the bigger shows, whenever she like defends a title, it is generally just like third from the top at best. And yet all of her matches are fucking great. Like it's just like that woman's like consistency is just kind of insane. Like every single time you put her out there, she is going to deliver and she is just going to be great. And it, like I said, it feels like a boring pick, but to me it was just the obvious pick to like vote for her at number one here.
And Arametha, your pick for most outstanding wrestler for the first half of 2026.
Yeah, I'm gonna go off the board here, and I'm picking Mirai, who I think
Ooh.
has had a great first half of the year. As a freelancer who is brought in to make a show special, basically. She's kind of in that slot where like Takumi Iroha and Sari and Mako before she retired was, where you bring her in to maybe work a rookie and help her level up, or like have a big title match that your smaller promotion normally couldn't do. And it's awesome to see that because I was worried for her when she initially left, and it wasn't clear like what her future would be like or if we would be able to watch her wrestle much anymore. It feels like how this has worked out has been about as good as it could reasonably be, and I'm pretty happy about that as a huge Mirai fan.
Don't do it, John.
John, I swear to God, I hope
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. All right.
Okay.
I forgot to unmute myself. So yes, there you go. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for scaring everybody and thinking we had the technical difficulties again. As I was about to say, we're entering the home stretch. Thank God. Only 5 awards left, and 2 of them are worst awards. That should take 2 seconds. So here's a big one, everybody. Best promotion. Start with you, Arametha, your third place pick for best promotion.
My third place pick for best promotion is DDT. I feel like I've said everything I can about that promotion at the moment. They make wonderfully entertaining, very well balanced shows. I look forward to their major shows in particular, but honestly, I'm usually in for a good time if I just throw on a house show.
Paul, who do you have for third place for best promotion?
Third place, I have Tokyo Joshi Pro. Just very solidly proc promotion right now. Just will deliver more often than not, and maybe not always like top level stuff, but will not really disappoint you either. So good pick for third.
Velkej, your pick for third place for best promotion.
It's New Japan Pro Wrestling. They still hit the incredible highs, the Wrestle Kingdom stuff, some of the best of the Super Junior stuff, the New Beginning, the Sakura Genesis. On Dominion, not as bad as last year. Still, but there's also some / lot of bad stuff. So I cannot give them the nod to be higher. But they are third. They are better than the promotion that I do not watch as much because they do not entice me to watch them more often.
Eric, who do you have for third place for best promotion?
Yes, so I consider business a lot for this category, so that's why I'm not just picking my favorite promotions, because then I'll be considering promotions like Ice Ribbon and Seedling and Actress Girls, and I think that's maybe not in the spirit of the award. So yeah, adding business to it, and I thought I'd just give a grade as well, because I remember doing that for the other show, the NV Awards, I think. So my third one is All Japan with a B+. So I know, John, you hated All Japan last year. I kind of thought they were okay, like a C+ grade, I guess. Definitely some bad stuff for sure, but they had some stuff that I really enjoyed on house shows, like the Shinkiba house show in October. I thought it was just one of the better shows of the year, to be honest, in terms of in-ring action. And I love that show because the crowd is so hot. And I think All Japan have the hottest crowds in Japan, above Stardom and DDT, or even though those have crazy crowds as well. But in 2026, I feel like All Japan have gotten even better for me. Like in terms of my match ratings, they're in my top 5, and I decided to pick them over New Japan and TGPW, who are like all in the same vicinity. I think they deserve the shout out for sorting out their Triple Crown division. I know I said Kento was overrated. That doesn't mean I don't think he's the right person to lead it right now. While Yuma Enzai obviously continues to build up his popularity on the undercard, before hopefully getting a lengthy reign himself. I like the way they've used people like Go Shiozaki as well. Yuma Aoyagi's return from his suspension's been great. I love Atsuhaya. Atsuki I'm hot and cold on, but Rising Hayato has been... I thought he was like a low-key MVP for them in 2025, to be honest. And yeah, like I said, I love their crowds. In terms of business, they're up year on year. That like that 18th June Korakuen that John was on was like a legit sellout. So like while they aren't in the Stardom or DDT tier, or maybe even lower tier for like Korakuens, they're doing much better than they were last year. And I care a lot about like relative business rather than absolute business. So I think they have a strong business case too.
Yeah, so I think anyone listening to me talk right now who listens to the show every week knows who my 1 and 2 are going to be. And maybe the only question is like the order, which I think I gave away last week too anyway. So there's no real drama there. So the third place was actually the hardest one to decide for me because I think, for a wrestling scene that a lot of people will tell you is dead or dying or there were a lot of promotions that I thought could have been in this third place. I mean, New Japan is having a lot of good stuff this year, but I think just a little too much bad to put in the spot. But I consider them. Ice Ribbon's having a really good year. DDT's having a really good year. If anything, I think they fell off a little bit with the King of DDT tournament, which maybe dragged them down a little bit for me. But they were really, really close here too. Sendai Girls having a good year. I really could go. There's a lot of promotions who are doing good things this year. But ultimately, I wanted to give it to All Japan just because, again, as Eric just said, they were my least favorite promotion in 2025. And there's such a cool story, the way they've bounced back in 2026 and are having such an outstanding year. A tournament that I was dreading in the Champion Carnival ended up being, an outstanding tournament. And, just the Korakuen I attended last week was just a fantastic show. And yeah, just a really, really, really strong first half of the year. Hopefully they can keep it up during the entire year because they've definitely turned things around big time. So really good story, and I gave them the nod for third place here. Second place is Tokyo Joshi, just having an outstanding year again with their young roster really coming through. The wrestlers they pushed have all been. I mean, they probably have the best collection of champions right now of anyone in wrestling I could think of. Where you have Yuki Arai is the world champion who's doing really well, is drawing really well too. Miyu and Rika Tatsumi are a great tag champion team, which already have had a match of the year contender despite only being like a month and a half into their title reign. And then Suzume is an amazing international princess champion. So just a really, really strong collection of champions right now, which helps them out a lot. And, the roster just feels super, super deep now with the multiple generations. So, easy pick here for second place. And really the only thing is they were threatening for first before the first place put them away with the most recent big show, which I don't know why I'm being coy. Everybody can probably guess who I picked, but you have to wait for the confirmation anyway. Eric, who do you have in second place for best promotion?
Second place? Oh yeah, I mean these two are very obvious. I've got DDT in second, and from that you can guess my first. So DDT I give an A-. They're very similar to Stardom. I'm not even going to wait. I mean, obviously that's my first pick. They're an awesome mix of entertainment and comedy, as Arametha said. Storytelling, in-ring work, they've got it all. Their business has been fucking great the past year or two, and I really don't think that they're that far behind Stardom in Tokyo at all, but they're probably quite a bit behind regionally, I guess. Their big shows are also still a bit smaller than Stardom's big shows, but they're on a similar trajectory, just maybe like 1 year behind or something. The main reason I love DDT is I think, again, like Stardom, they have the best, joint with Stardom, the best collection of young wrestlers on the planet who are still underrepresented in Western media, except podcasts like this, because people just don't want to cover the comedy promotion, I feel like, except, obviously I do on the newsletter, Dramatic DDC by Jamie, Easton Lariat, I guess, with Stricker and Dylan Fox in this podcast. So from a product point of view, I don't think they've hit the highs of last year, but that was in like an insane bar to reach. Last year was crazy. The King of the DDT tournament, the Higuchi reign, the Hirata reign, even Minoru Suzuki's reign of terror, the rise of Takechi. That's some all-time shit in there. So they're not at the highs of last year, but they're still super hot product. But that's why I won't go for like an A or an A+.
Velkej, who do you have as your number 2 promotion?
Again, as the Actors Girls enjoyer, I have Actors Girls. They will never be able to be my favorite promotion of the year because they suck. Sometimes too much.
True.
There's a joy to watching some clueless idol start their wrestling career there, because they are willing to debut people who should not be probably wrestling and would not be wrestling in promotions that are like more careful about their rookies. There is joy to watch someone progress, because you can see the visible improvements in these hapless wrestlers that are improving from show to show, and it's like palpable. It's not like this little tiny improvements where you can see the improvement month to month. No, this is show to show, because they do not have that many shows, and some wrestlers are not booked on every show as well. So that's why it's like the promotion I really love, I really enjoy, because it's all about the journey of the new wrestler. And you know that they will not be wrestling for too long. Maybe they will be gone in 10 shows. But you have been there. You have watched them try to be a wrestler for a little while. So that's why I like the promotion, and that's why I champion it, and that's why it's my second favorite promotion of the half year.
Paul, who's your second favorite promotion?
My second favorite is All Japan. Just really fun promotion this year. I think they've really been helped out by like actual real life circumstances of Yuma Aoyagi and his whole situation of getting into like the car accident, and that like just like moving him out of power and everything, and then Go Shiozaki coming in, and then him taking over like power and everything. And it just massively improved. Like the vibes of the promotion, like the comedy is basically gone and everything. And now it's just kind of, pretty good vibes promotion and everything, like just good wrestling, very much focusing just on the basics. And I think it's very, very enjoyable. And it was a very easy vote for me in second here.
I see why you just said fuck, by the way.
Yeah, I'm surprised he kept talking.
I had to muster the entirety of my like concentration in my brain to like pull me back on topic there.
Yeah, I could see you trailing off as the penalty was about to be taken. Oh man, that's brutal. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, Germany got eliminated, everybody. Nobody knows what happened.
Fire Julian Nagelsmann. He's a fucking piece of shit anyway. Like, somebody described him as a like fucking top 2 punchable face in the world, and I cannot disagree. He has a very punchable face.
So Balavu defeated
Okay,
you.
but that goal got also called back for bullshit reasons.
Yeah.
Okay then.
I am watching. I just hope America loses. That's all I care about.
Oh yeah,
Hell
same.
yeah, John. Hell yeah.
Arametha, give me your second and first place in best promotion.
In best promotion, so second place, I have TJPW. We've talked a lot already about why they're great right now, so I'm not going to add too much more to that. And I will just say I'm not going to deviate from what's probably the consensus here. My number 1 pick is Stardom. They already started at the beginning of the year at a really, really high place and have just maintained that to some degree. But they've also evolved in really interesting ways that makes this feel like this is a promotion that is successful as a promotion right now. It's not just Saya Kamatani, who we barely brought up this entire like long-ass recording. That's not because she hasn't had a good year or she hasn't been important. It's just that they have successfully made the promotion not all about her, and it has expanded the possibilities for what the rest of the year are going to be like in a really exciting way.
Paul, give me your pick for best promotion of 2026 so far.
Yeah, I would actually be shocked if this isn't like a consensus kind of like thing here. I also went for Stardom, for like pretty much like all of the like aforementioned reasons. I will have to say like overall, like I don't think they're quite exactly at the same level that they were like firing on last year. But it's still like they are going for like really interesting like developments this year, and they just very easily like kept their like top spot for like they're probably going to keep it for the whole year, but they definitely kept it for the first 6 months of the year.
Velkej?
Yeah, it's Stardom, isn't it?
Okay, that's all you're gonna add. Eric, I think this is gonna be unanimous, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's Stardom.
Yep, I have Stardom too. I mean, this is Wrestling Omakase is not beating the Stardom Homer allegations. I guess
We said it on the
I
last
have heard
episode.
that you are not a homer for the Stardom. So.
There's no Homer Stardom podcast out there. It has
Yeah. There's
no
none.
true
that's
Homer.
None.
Absolutely none. Yeah,
Not
we
enough
said
glazing.
Like, don't worry, everybody. I will be talking about a Marigold match, so that will like weigh out all of the like
shit.
Stardom.
Yeah,
allegations.
of course.
Yeah. With Stardom, I think people must just be getting annoyed at people like us waxing lyrical about them all the time. But the promotion is literally just that damn good. I've got no loyalty to Stardom. I said it last time I was on Omakase. I will bury them tomorrow if they start being bad. But they just genuinely have one of the best products on the planet. Perfect mix of storytelling and in-ring. And it's exactly what my idea of wrestling would be. And that's what they put on. And it's even crazier because I think they're doing even better this year than last year as a whole, to be honest. Like last year had higher peaks, but the first quarter run from Tam Nakano, by the way, like was like a way higher high than anything this year. But this year I feel like they've been like far more consistent and like really amazing vibes. So
Yeah, that conversion show is so great. I
Yes.
mean, before that conversion show, I was honestly going back and forth between Stardom and Tokyo Joshi, but then that show, I'm just like, okay, well, this really put it over the top for me. So, but yeah, we just two judge promotions both having outstanding years, and I just put Stardom a little ahead of them. Worst promotion. So as much as I usually am pretty positive about Japanese wrestling on this podcast, as I said before, the the pick for third place for best promotion was tight. Boy, was the race tight for worst promotion too this year. I mean, there are some promotions having a really shitty year. I think Dragon Gate's been horrible. I think Marigold's been horrible. I think Noah's been mostly horrible. But I have to give the worst half year to Glate because they're the only ones of the four that I've just completely stopped watching. I gave them a shot. I watched them after that December 30th show that Paul was at too, that was inexplicably great. And then, no pun intended. But then after that, like every time I try to watch them for 4 months straight, the shows got worse and worse and worse and worse. And I just had to throw my hands up. So yeah, Glate has to be the winner here. The winner. But they're not going to win for a full year because I'm never watching them again. So we'll see who ends up being the worst of the rest of the year, I guess. And they'll... But yeah, it's a close race. That's all I say. Dragon Gate's been really fucking bad, and Marigold's been pretty much just as bad. Noah's been right there with the two of them too. So it's a close race for this one. But yeah, for now it's Glate for the first half. Eric, who do you have for worst promotion?
I did have Marigold because down year on year, awful booking, atrocious booking to be honest, but awesome wrestlers. But from all the talks we've had today about the different things that's going wrong in certain promotions, it just has to be Dragon Gate. They've just like nuked the ability to be good when they actually have all of the talent to do it. I think it's worse booking than Marigold as well. Just Dragon Gate. I won't talk more about it.
Velkej, who do you put as worst promotion for the year so far?
So it's Marigold for me because you have to be fucking awful if your theoretically chosen ace walks out of a promotion. I don't think that's like... I don't think people made enough of a big thing out of that. Because, oh my god, you poached a wrestler that you have molded to be ace of your previous promotion, who should have been like the tomboy ace to the femme ace with Sami Kamitani, where they stand side by side and lead the promotion to the golden age. You poached this woman, you took her, and you were presenting her as this generational, again, ace that will lead this second promotion that you are starting for next, I don't know, 3, 4, 5, 6 years on top. And she leaves not even 2 years in. She leaves and goes back where she started. Like, how bad is your promotion if this happens? Like, that's I don't even care about if the matches are bad. They are not bad. They're fine most of the time. Like, I don't care if the booking is booking is bad. Some wrestlers are not good in the promotion, but they made Utami back up and leave, and they made Mirai to do the same. Of course, it's Mirai because she's a winner, so she would have left anyway. I predicted that she's going to be the first to leave out of the people who did not go to America. But Utami, that's something special. So Marigold for the worst promotion of the first half year.
Paul, who do you put as worst promotion for the first half of 2026?
So I get all of the points that Velkej was just making there, right? But consider this. You take the thing of you poach somebody and then they're leaving. Well, you poach somebody, you position them as the ace of the promotion and then they're leaving. Well, what's worse than that? Well, what's worse than that is if that person hadn't even got, if you didn't even poach that person, but if you're the promotion that trained that person and you position that person as the ace and then they leave anyway, which is what happened to Dragon Gate twice this year. They lost both Dragon Dyer and a fucking Shun Skywalker. Right? The fucking core storyline of Dragon Gate that they positioned, that they set up years ago was that that Shun Skywalker sacrificed Dragon Dyer in the like mask match, right? So that Dragon Dyer lost his mask so that Shun could keep it, and then Shun turned heel, and then we kind of went from there. And the obvious fucking payoff for that is that eventually Shun kind of learns his lesson. Eventually they would like run this match back, and then Shun would like sacrifice himself to like fully bring this like storyline to like its full conclusion, and like that's how he would lose his mask. And now that might still happen. It will never happen in Dragon Gate. It'll probably happen in New Japan. And the fact that that's what's going to happen is just an all-time fumble. Like, we've talked about all of the like issues with Dragon Gate already, like on the show, plenty of like all of the people that we think like didn't really get like a proper push, and all of the like issues with like Gaja Dokuro and like Maduma Kikuta as champion and all of that. To me, the fucking core failure of Dragon Gate is the fact that they had two aces, they lost both of them, and the fact that another promotion is going to cuck them and finish the storyline that they started. That worst promotion of the half year, probably of the year, unless they do a major turnaround in the next 6 months.
Arametha, who do you have as worst promotion? Oh no. Did it happen again?
No,
Arametha, buddy,
I can hear you.
I'm mute. Okay, we got him back, everybody.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'll give one more swift kick to this dead horse. It's Dragon Gate for me. I gave them a shot this year, and this was terrible timing on my part. But that's not my fault. They should book a better promotion.
There you go. Worst promotion. So what was it? It was two Dragon Gate, 2 Marigold, 1 Glate?
I think 3 Dragon Gate, right?
Oh, 3 Dragon Gate, 1 Marigold.
Yeah, I switched from Marigold to Dragon Gate.
Okay. So there you go. No, Dragon Gate seems to be the quote unquote winner.
But by the way, speaking of people leaving Dragon Gate and thriving, Sumi was a trainee who failed out of Dragon Gate, right? And
Yes.
is now super popular in DDT. So
Yeah, Universal Champion. All right, so we're at the match of the half year. So Arametha, give me your first pick, your third place pick for the third best match of the year so far.
So my third best match of the year so far is Mayu Iwatani versus Takumi Iroha for the GHC Women's title at Marigold First Stream 2026. I love the hell out of this match, which I got to see live with Paul. And that was overall a really good show, and I think part of why I'm not as down on Marigold as others is like I still cling to the really good warm memories of an overall great show that I watched, but also this match in particular, which was masterfully worked with 2 Joshi veterans kind of pushing themselves into territory you don't often see. There's an extended sequence about 2/3 of the way of the match that is played out entirely on the top rope corner as they're both shuffling for position, and you just can't predict where it's going to go or who's going to have the advantage. It's one of those moments where what is a routine spot in any other match, where someone basically gets into a position for some kind of a super move, instead continues to feel like a real struggle. And that is after like 15-20 minutes of hard hitting and a lot of just great wrestling. So terrific match. John, I've begged you multiple times to see it. Have you watched it yet?
No.
Damn it, John.
I don't know. You got to remind me like at some point when I'm not in Japan, I guess, which is now. But yeah, I didn't watch. I still got to watch that fucking the Stardom Korakuen too. I just realized because I was in Osaka during that and just didn't see it. Anyway, Paul, your third place pick for match of the half year.
Yeah, so can you just take everything Arametha just said and you just replace the word with Paul with Arametha, and then you can just kind of call it there? Because that's exactly what I did. I also voted for that match in third place. Just yeah, like I said, I think Arametha just took like basically everything I was thinking about that match and like what my feelings about Marigold as a whole. Like you just perfectly summed it up. I'm still like basking in the afterglow of that match, so I don't
Yeah.
feel as bad about Marigold as well. I think me and like Arametha are like the two like we're both Marigold hope pilled. We're like the last people.
Exactly. We haven't abandoned hope yet.
Exactly.
You fools!
Velkej, your third place for match of the half year.
So it's the platonic idea of what wrestling should be for me, and it's Shuri versus Megan Bain from the All Star Grand Queendom. That's pro wrestling for me. That match is everything I love about pro wrestling. That match. So I would be insane if it was not one of my three top matches of the half year. I'm not explaining why, just that it is.
Eric, what do you have for your third place match for the half year?
The final time these guys will be popping up in my awards, Hanori Hana and Unagi Sayaka versus Celine Mazura and Veni. And this is the match on the 17th of April in Sealing at Korakuen Hall. And we did review this match on the podcast together. So if people want extended thoughts, they can just go back and listen to that episode. I'll keep it briefer here. But yeah, this is my favorite feud in wrestling today, as I voted for earlier. I love that Seedling on, afraid to give rookies meaningful storylines. It's one of the best book products in 2026, far away from where it was in 2025. This match just kind of encapsulates the competitive rivalry they have, Hanori Hana and Celine Mazura. It's established Celine as a rookie, by the way, clearly as like the rookie of the year, in my opinion. And I just lost my absolute shit watching this match live, and I don't want to spoil any spots. So just go watch the match. Watch the match if you haven't already.
So my third place match is Sari and Takumi Aroha versus Miyu Yamashita and Alisu Endo from Tokyo Joshi, the Sumo Hall show on March 29th. Just, the way they turned the entire story of the match, when you see this match on paper and go, you have three killers and then also Alice, and they turn that into the story where Alice Endo is just in there being like, I will not let you turn this into the Sari and Takumi Aroha facing Miyu Yamashita show. I'm here too, and I want to prove myself. And they go in there with the goal of getting Endo over, to a degree that I don't even think people expected going in, and they very much succeeded. Where she seems like she seems like a bigger star in Tokyo Joshi after this match took place. So it's a kick-ass match. Endo takes an incredible beating, but always refuses to back down, and it did more for her than I think any individual match I could think of did for anyone in this half year so far. So love this match. Make sure you watch it if you missed it somehow, and just definitely one of my favorite matches of the year so far. Second place for me is Konosuke Takeshita versus Yota Tsuji from New Japan on January 4th, the Tokyo Dome. Again, this is where Live Bump comes in. I like one of my favorite memories of the year so far. It's so long ago now, it feels like it wasn't this year, but it was sitting there, in the 13th row, whatever it was, with Paul from, who's on this very episode, and Joel from the Super J Cast, just rooting for Takeshi to lose this fucking title, and never expecting Tsuji to beat him with a Boston Crab the way he did, and just an all-time great memory. Everybody exploding up when Takeshi tapped out to the New Japan boy. So definitely one of those memories I'll never forget. And on top of that, the match was just outstanding before that too. I mean, everybody, they just did lots of really high impact stuff, and really, a modern day type of match you'd expect from these two wrestlers. Just very fast paced and all that. But the finish being a Boston Crab, I think really put it over the top for me. Just an outstanding title match. And I liked it even more than the Tanahashi Okada retirement match, which seems to be a minority viewpoint. Eric, what do you have for your second place for a match of the half year?
Saya Kamitani versus Saika Kurara, All-Star Grand Kingdom. We discussed the match a lot. So I was there live, and I'll never forget the finish of that match. Especially, in particular, just one note. Me and the very quiet, reserved Japanese fans to my left and right, and them just losing their fucking minds on that finish. Yeah, just a one-of-a-kind experience.
Velkej, your second place match.
So this is more difficult than the first place match and the third place match, because again, as I said, I don't move matches up and down. I choose the position for them. So it's either Kamitani versus Starlight Kid, which turned me on Kamitani and like changed my mind on her, or it's Kamitani versus Kurara, which is the culmination of the story and had the incredible finish with the setting of the giant show as well. And I honestly cannot decide between them. It would probably very much again would be a coin toss between the two, similar to Kamitani and Shuri in the previous category. So very difficult for me to choose between these two, because both of them are like valid for very different reasons, and I will have a really difficult time choosing which one to include in my top 10 at the end of the year, because I don't know. I cannot choose between them right now.
Paul, your second place for our match of the half year.
So my second place was Bali and Aki versus Mei Saruga.
Ooh,
Hell
I
yeah.
love that. That's an
Hell
awesome
yeah,
match.
that's a
Yeah.
pick.
Yeah, like it's just, because it's like like the actual like match, like actual in-ring wrestling is really fucking great, but I also just love like the story of like these two have been like, like they're known as like best bros and everything. They've been together for so fucking long. Like it's like what, like we're getting close to when did Aki start and like got to move, like, or like Choco Pro now, right? Like he started in like 2018, 2019. So like we're getting close to like 10 years basically of these two being like intertwined, like basically joined at the hip. And like they really became like the heart and soul of like Choco Pro. And it's just seeing those to like face off to just determine who is the better one, like was just kind of a beautiful story. And I just really enjoyed this match thoroughly. Like it was like the perfect match to do for like the anniversary show as well. And I think they like worked everything in this match beautifully. And there's really only one match I could put ahead of this. But I'm not gonna say which one it is yet, because that one's next.
Arametha, you get your second and first place for match of the half year.
All right. So both of the next two matches have been mentioned before. So for my second best match of the year, I have Spark Rush versus Miyu Yamashita and Arisu Indo. Like John said, there's a very clear, clean story being told here that ended up making Arisu Indo feel like a star in a single night. It's not that she was bad before then. She's clearly been very good, but there was just an extra layer of grit that she displayed there that I had no idea she had in her. And it's hard to unsee now. She feels like someone who, in my head, went from a 50-50 to ever hold the Princess a Princess to a no-doubter. I'm really looking forward to seeing what they do next with her. And then my match of the year so far is Sayaka Kurara versus Saya Kamitani. I think about when Sayaka Kurara went to the top rope and did the fire rope splash at least once a day, maybe twice. That's my review.
Yeah, there you go. Paul, your pick for match of the half year.
Yeah, this was never any doubt for me, and I would be shocked if this isn't like number one at the end of the year. Maybe because again, like Life Bump and all of that, maybe the like all-in main event will be able to rival it, but that is very highly dependent on MJF not, trying to shit the bed yet again in Wembley. But no, like my number one pick for the half year is like Kazuchika Okada defeating Hiroshi Tanahashi in Tanahashi's retirement match. And I went into this match expecting them to like play the hits. And to a very high degree they did, but I didn't expect them to play the hits this way. Like I basically went in expecting like, yeah, we're gonna get like, I don't know, like 10-12 minute match. And they're gonna run for like their signature spots or whatever. And then Okada's gonna hit a Rainmaker. Like we're gonna get like a high fly flow, right? And then Okada's gonna kick out of that. And then he's gonna hit the Rainmaker and then pin him for the 1-2-3, and that's it. Like it's not really there to be a good match. It's just there to be a feel good match. But like those two absolute fucking maniacs were just like, no, that's not what we're gonna do. We're gonna go fucking 30 minutes and we're just gonna like do a fucking epic like we would have done during like Tanahashi's actual peak. Because Tanahashi has been washed for like a pretty long time at this point. And no, in this match, he very much was just like, I will never have to wrestle another match after this. So I do not give a shit what happens to my body. Like, I don't really care what I'm putting my body through. I will just literally drain whatever last reserves I have left. And I will just put it all out there. I will leave it all out there in the ring. I will go out on top because I'm Hiroshi fucking Tanahashi. I'm one of the greatest wrestlers that has ever lived. And that's exactly what he fucking did. And same thing with Okada, where he very much showed us that, like, yeah, no, like, it's not that he fell off, that he is no longer good. It's just that he is stuck doing Yang slop for money. But he's still a fucking great wrestler when he needs to be. And yeah, no, just absolute fucking banger performance from two of the fucking greatest wrestlers they've ever fucking graced the fucking surface of this planet. And full 5 stars, match of the year. I would be shocked if this gets like displaced for me somehow.
Velkej, your pick for match of the half year?
I also have Okada versus Tanahashi from the Tokyo Dome, the Tanahashi's retirement show. I said multiple times on Twitter, probably, and on Discord, that I love retirement shows. I love retirement matches because it's about celebrating the career of the wrestler that went before. That's retiring on the career that was before the retirement, and it's about looking forward to the next stage of the wrestler's life. Often the old wrestlers are broken down and are unable to like properly do the retirement, and you watch them during the retirement match and think about like how much of their body they've given to the entertainment of like you and other people who watch wrestling, how much of their like future health and future quality of life they have given you, and like how much they have lost and how much they got paid for that. Like is that enough? Was that enough money? Was that like, is that enough reward for all that hours of joy and love that we got by the person that's retiring, and how good they look, how well can they move, how much it has to hurt to do all these things. Which is why I think the Natsuki show that I talked about in the best show of the year is so great for me, because she only had 5 years and not really that many matches, and the wrestling style in Actress Girls is not that demanding on the body, on that like destructive. Not demanding, it's demanding, but not as destructive on the body as others. Hiroshi Tanahashi, since the Kenta match in the Tokyo Dome, has looked horrendous. He could not move. He could not run. His knees did not bend. He had issues of keeping his weight under control, which we can see today with our president, Tanahashi. Because he could not properly, I don't think he could properly exercise because of all his issues that he has with all the injuries and all the other stuff that has happened to his body. On this night, on this one night, on this last match ever, he turned the clock back. He actually managed to do it. So when he wrestled, I did not have to think about the cost he acquired throughout his career. And it was wonderful. And I'm one of those people that consider the post-match part of the match. And for retirement match, it also means the retirement ceremony. And that was one of the better ones that I have ever seen. I will not say it was the best one, because that's a high praise, because I love retirement matches, retirement shows. But it was really, really good. And it felt heartfelt. Tanahashi made sure, as I think it was Paul said it, that he waved to every single person in the Tokyo Dome. And I think that's special, and I think that's worth praising. So, best match of the... I don't think anything announced it, as was said.
Eric, your pick for match of the half year.
Yes, it is. It is not Tanahashi Okada, not because it wasn't incredible live, but I find it very difficult to rate that match. So it kind of exists in its own ecosystem and its own list in my mind. So in terms of like more traditional match, well, this is not a traditional match, but it's one I can easily put at the top of my list. It is Ai Hozan versus Miyamono from the 5th of February at Marvelous. This was a really super unique experience for me, and I'm not sure a match will be able to replicate it for a very long time. It's the type of match that you shouldn't be spoiled on, so I'm not going to do a breakdown or anything like that. People kind of need to just watch it if they're interested in it. But the short of it, without spoiling it, is that I've seen like hundreds of Marvelous matches, and so I wasn't really expecting anything when this match was announced. And then by the end of this match, I was kind of tearing up. So I don't think anything will top this year for me. I was watching it live, which obviously has a very different experience, and then going out of your way to watch it, I do think that affects it. But yeah, this really caught me off guard. It was a beautifully told story, and it showed Miyamono's, who I've mentioned many times already this episode, her range and versatility. The sad part is Marvelous completely dropped the ball on the booking after this match. But hey.
So my match of the half year was Saya Kamitani versus Starlight Kid from Stardom's February 7th show at Indiana Arena, Osaka. It's the only match I've gone the full 5 on so far this year. I think just, not being there live, but watching this live at home, seeing the Saya undergo that horrific finger injury during the match, and thinking, going through that whole emotional roller coaster of, oh my God, this incredible title reign is going to end via an injury stoppage, and then having her tape up those fingers, go back to right back to wrestling, and have an outstanding fucking finishing stretch, even while she must be in incredible pain, I think put this one over the top for me to be, a full 5, and very well could hold on all the way to the end of the year. I mean, it's just an incredible match. I've rewatched it too, and I think it holds up. But watching it live and just going through that whole emotional roller coaster just really added it to me as far as like putting over the top for my favorite match of the half year. So the worst match of the half year, our final negative award. This one I actually had quite a few options. I ultimately went back to Glade again. And I went with The Sick, Brass Knuckles June, Keiichi Sato, and Rocky Wasaki versus Kaito Ishida, Kazuma Sakamoto, and Ryuichi Kawakami. This was a Captain's Fall 6-man tag from Glade's April 8th show at Shinjuku Face. And again, just like the promotion ran me off, like this was like the final straw of the promotion. It's like this was the last show I watched before I stopped watching. And this match in particular was such a heatless, boring mess of a fucking match where you're supposedly trying to get over this new heel unit, the rebranded former anti-GLE monsters as The Sick, which a horrible name for a healing unit, first of all. But they looked completely inept. They looked like they couldn't do anything before they started finally doing a little bit of cheating at the end, but not even like even remotely entertaining cheating. It could not have gotten them over less, and it was just one of those matches too where like I think it was only 15 minutes, but it felt like it may as well have been 15 hours. And just when I tried to come up with the worst match pick, like this was the one that really stood out to me as being my least enjoyable match they've seen in 2026 so far. Eric, what did you pick for worst match of the half year?
Yeah, so this category for me is how a match made me feel rather than like kind of how it was executed. Like this match was executed fine, but the match encapsulated everything that I thought was wrong with the tag division in TJPW. Is the Inspiration versus Overeats from Grand Princess. It's like it's an okay match in itself, but the fact that it was like a distinctly bad to average tag team being booked to be almost every good team in the tag team and company up to that point, right? Wakana went over every single one of her classmates. She was actually the one finishing those matches. They won the Max Heart Tag Team Tournament as champions, which is like a crazy achievement in TJPW. And then all of that was like, that's a lot of like booking capital in your tag team, which is fine. I didn't agree with it, but it's okay to do that. And then all of that was thrown away to lose to some random fucking gaijins who never had a single footprint in Japan. Yeah, that was just like diabolical booking, and the match left a really, really bad taste in my mouth more than any other match this year, even though the match itself was okay.
Velkej, your pick for worst match of the half year so far.
So, interestingly, it's very similar to what Eric just said, but in completely different promotion. It's Vato versus Yo. I don't think I have watched wrestler assassination executed to this level, because because Master Vato has been tagged with Tenzan for quite some time, and Master Vato basically beat Yo basically beat Master Vato with Tenzan's moves until he won. I don't understand. I don't understand how that's even allowed. Like, how can you allow 40-year-old dude beat up your 25-year-old potential babyface junior?
Wait, Yo is 40?
Yo is almost, I think he's 40.
Really?
Or like 38 or something like that. He's very old.
I didn't know.
He is actually 38.
I didn't realize he and I were that close in age. Wow.
Yeah, he is. He both he and Show started really late in wrestling. And it's been like they returned from the excursion, like it's been almost 10 years now. So yeah, it makes sense. So, and he like completely emasculated him and destroyed him. Like Master Bato's year is done. He cannot come back from this. Like he needs another Best of Super Juniors to like be able to refresh himself and probably like get away from. He probably should go on excursion for at least half a year and not even do Best of Super Juniors. I don't know. He's like that now.
Paul, your pick for worst match of the half year?
You cannot truly hate if you've never loved. I just want everybody else here to just take a wild guess who is like one of the participants in my least favorite match of the year.
Ozawa.
No.
Oh, okay.
Anybody else wants to take a guess?
Jake Lee.
Yes.
That's very easy, Paul. That was very easy.
It's a very me thing. So I went with El Fantasma versus Jake Lee from Dominion.
I'll never know how bad that was because I went to pee and it was almost over by the time I got
back. Absolute fucking dog shit of a match. Just like this whole fucking Jake Lee Jester persona is just... It's the absolute fucking pits. Like, it's just... If I didn't know any better, I would think that he purposely engineered it to piss off me specifically. But I do not think that's, like, the kind of, like, relationship that we're having, to be quite honest. I don't think like Jake specifically was like, okay, like what is specifically a gimmick that I can use to piss off Paul specifically. Like, I think he just kind of went with like, to be quite honest, I don't even know what his fucking thought process was here. It's very annoying. It's just ELP is a guy that has just completely bottomed out now, because I think he's realized that like his career has peaked and he's never gonna like go anywhere besides where he's at right now. And so you just had like the worst of the worst, just like absolutely nonsensical spots, just like fucking ELP take. Did ELP ever learn how to untie his shoes? Like, genuine question. Because
Did ELP
like,
ever learn that like when you take 10 years to do a high flying spot, it doesn't look cool, it looks stupid?
okay, Johnny took 10 years to take off his shoe in this match. Like, like that's worse.
Yeah.
No, absolute fucking dot of a match. Like, just please. I don't think Jake will go anywhere, unfortunately. But at the very least, Tony Khan, please just sign him, put him on RH. I don't fucking care. Or WE, you know what? Like, you can sign him too. I don't give a shit as long as I don't have to watch him anymore.
Arametha, your pick for worst match of the half year.
So my pick for worst match of the half year has less to do with it being a poorly worked match or between two wrestlers I hate, or even in a promotion I dislike, and more like this just felt like a turning point that pointed all the fortunes of Noah downward after Yoshiki Inamura beat Ozawa at Noah the New Year 2026. It also was not just a very good match. That helps too. Inamura winning decisively with very little drama completely killed the crowd. And I think they also kind of killed a lot of interest in the promotion in the process. It's not a great sign that it seems like their fortunes hang entirely on whether or not the Japanese public is interested in Ozawa. And they should probably work to create more stars than that. Clearly, this was part of that attempt, but it did not work out. I think part of it is because they just didn't let Inamura struggle enough. They really needed Ozawa to be a lot more dominant than he was in the match, and instead having their positions reversed, where Inamura was the one who very easily won the match, I think just completely soured the mood, and frankly, it makes them look like they just don't really know what they're doing. So, real bummer of a match. I would love to see Noah recover, but man, it's been half a year, and I've seen some good matches, but I just cannot gin up any interest in the direction of the promotion at the moment.
All right. So our final award is the Flair Thesz Award. So this is in ring and drawing, basically the MVP of your promotion for the first half of the 2026. So Arametha, give me your third place pick for Flair Thesz /MVP.
My third place pick is a mid-carder. But a mid-carder who clearly is extremely popular. And like I've mentioned before, she and her unit do a lot to kind of carry shows when they need a little levity, or when they just need a little storyline injected into some road twos for a little bit. This is my third place for Flair Thesz is to Maki Ito. I think like she's clearly a draw. She's clearly very popular, and she's clearly very, very good in her role, which I think is about the best you can ask for in a wrestler. Obviously, someone at the top of the card would be a better fit, and that's true of the other two wrestlers I picked. But she has a role and is clearly extremely successful in it, so I thought that was worth honoring here.
In your third place pick, Paul, who do you have?
Third place, I went with Yota Tsuji. Prior to him having the match with the Kashta, I was very firmly of the belief that like Yota Tsuji just doesn't have it, but New Japan had to go with him because, well, they've gotten to the point where like it's not like they had like any kind of better choice at that moment. Um, since he won the title, I think I've turned the corner in him like a little bit. Like I think like he is actually like showing a lot more like charisma and everything, like as champion and everything. He still had that horrible match with Jake, but I can't really like put that on him as much as I have to put that on Jake and a shitty character. And then otherwise, I think his like showings otherwise have been like solid to great. So to me, that's why he again combined that his like drawing record is also pretty good. That's why to me he was like a pretty easy choice for like number 3 as like Flair Fez.
Velkej, who do you have in third place for Flair Thesz?
Similar to Arametha, I'm going somewhere else, and it's Yo. I don't think enough was made. We talked about it together, John, about the sound the crowd was making when he was in the Super Juniors finals. He has the drawing aspect down for the junior because he drew a sellout for Thesz Award, and he has the wrestling down because even though I hated his usage of stolen moves or of being a copycat wrestler, he's really good at being a copycat wrestler, of being a self-insert, of being a fanfic character. And he has done really good job this whole year in ring wise. He is like, he will never give you like, right now he is I think he is incapable of doing great job physically, with physical execution of the move, with where the moves are supposed to be placed, with the positioning and stuff like that. So his in ring is exquisite, and his drawing case is really interesting to consider. That's why I'm choosing him.
Eric, your second place pick for Flair Thesz. Or is it third place? I'm sorry. Third place. Here's
Yes.
where the jet lag is starting to kill me.
We're almost there. I'm probably just going to do an impromptu switch because I'm not comfortable with my third. So this award is obviously combined business and in ring, and I'm there with Miyu Watanabe on in ring, but I'm not there with a drawing. And so I think I'm just going to switch her out last second for Yuma Anzai, who I think has been quite not as instrumental as Kento, obviously, but you know, I'm an avowed Kento hater. But I think he's been really important for the increase in popularity in the promotion, specifically with like the same demo that DDT's been targeting, which is young women who are driving a lot of the demos in Japan today, in the men's promotions. And he's been really instrumental in that. We saw it on the Bachelorette appearances that he's done. He went on a complete media blitz tour. And if you listen to the shows, I mean, the responses he's getting is kind of crazy. And I think he also has the in-ring. I mean, I consider him definitely in the top 2 in-ring performers in all Japan. So I think he has a better all-round case than Miyu Watanabe, who I'm ditching now at the last second. Yes.
Oh, I'm still here. Sorry.
That's okay.
I think I actually did fall asleep for a
Did
second.
you just doze off a little bit? A quick micro nap there?
Wow.
We are almost
All
done.
That is crazy.
Jesus.
You
Look,
lasted
okay,
so long.
jet lag. All right?
Eric,
It's a
don't
real
think he would
fucking
have fallen
thing.
asleep if you have picked Miyu
Yeah.
instead.
I know.
Don't
If I
think
picked
they,
Miyu, yeah.
they would have fallen asleep. But yes, no, I know.
Sorry.
It's okay. Okay, third place. I have Sayaka in my Fair Thez. I put her over her match quality already, but then she headlined the biggest drawing Stardom show of all time, and then headlined the biggest drawing Yoyogi show of all time, and in between that, a great show with Maki Ito that I don't think was also a record breaker, but still drew very well. So a big draw and wrestled very well, and on top of all this, she's just a little goofy art student unicorn. So it's kind of, and she's like less than 3 years into her career. It's crazy. For second place for Fair Thez, I went with Yuki Arai, who is having a really good start to her 2026, and you can see a noticeable uptick for Tokyo Joshi attendance since she won the Princess title. So she was a solid pick here, I think, for second place. Eric, go ahead and give your second place. I will try not to start fading again. I'm so sorry.
Oh, don't worry, buddy. Yuki Ueno. So I think Ueno is the most underrated ace-like figure in wrestling today. He gets no credit for how strong DDT's product and business has been for like the past year plus. He's been the de facto head of DDT in terms of ace. He's responsible alongside Makoto Oishi for training and bringing Takechi into wrestling. He's helped Toy get super over with the DDT crowd by teaming up with him in tons of main events on the house show circuit as part of the same unit. He stepped aside and helped foster one of the best storylines in fucking ages. So this is last year with Hirata, but it still carries the momentum forward. I'm just explaining how underrated he is, but that Hirata storyline, obviously, he was instrumental in that. He's just an excellent wrestler who had some bad habits, but he's mostly shed those bad habits. I've complained it before on Omakase. His matches were just a bit too long, but he's mostly reined that in. I mean, we'll see with the Mao match at Peter Pan. But yeah, I think Ueno deserves some credit for being one of the best promotions in the world right now. And it's insane to me he didn't make lists like 30 under 30 when he was eligible.
Velkej, what do you have for second place for Flair Thesz?
I have Sayaka Mitani. I have been talking about her throughout this whole episode as that she went from wrestler that I did not really vibe with to one of my wrestlers. So I consider her in ring really highly, and I have mentioned her multiple times as well. So her in ring is without any doubt, and her drawing record for Osaka, for all the Road to stuff that she basically main evented against Kurara, to the All-Star Grand Window, which is, again, as said, the biggest all-women's show in 30 years. So I think she's undeniably a draw, and she's, for me now, undeniably a great pro wrestler. So I would be it would make no sense to not have her in this top 3.
Paul, what's your second place pick for MVP?
Genius move by Velkej to put Saya second so he can talk about her first before everybody else. My number 2 vote, though, goes to Kento Miyahara. Is he formulaic? Yes. However, is his formula again? I genuinely disagree with the general statement that being formulaic is bad, because there's plenty of wrestlers out there throughout history that have been formulaic that are generally recognized as greats, and almost every wrestler ever has some sort of formula to their matches that they genuinely execute during. Now, Kento obviously does it a lot more than others. I will not deny that. However, is his formula perfect at triggering the parts of my brain that need to be triggered for it to just release an absolute insane amount of endorphins? Yes,
That's true.
it is. It's very enjoyable. It's very, very enjoyable to watch Kento Miyahara. Again, he's I get the argument for Yuma Anzai. It's just that I always struggle for this specific category to not give it to a guy that didn't hold the fucking main championship of the company, and which Kento obviously is the current Triple Crown champion and everything. And yes, a lot of the recent drawing record of All Japan you can put on Anzai's popularity from the Bachelorette, but I do think Kento is still a contributing factor to that. If you just look at his drawing record outside of that, he is a very genuine draw. He is, to me, one of the greatest wrestlers ever, and he was one of the greatest wrestlers of this half year.
Arametha, who do you have for your? I did it again.
John, you don't even sound like you're sober right now. That's how tired you are.
I swear to God, I have not drank a single drop of liquor since I got off the plane. And
You're almost there, John. You're almost there.
I'm probably not gonna drink any liquor until I get to Chicago, to be honest, because I really need the break. But after the fucking workout I put my liver through in Japan on this last trip. Arametha, your second and first place picks for Flair Thesz.
Paul, I can't believe you would do this to me and say everything I was going to say about Kento Miyahara in my number 2 spot. But thanks for saving me time so we can make sure that John is awake for my preempted monologue.
Fair enough.
What?
I feel like you're going to preempt a lot I'm going to say about the number 1.
I might surprise you, actually.
Okay, so you said you have Kento second.
I have Kento second.
Okay. Who's first?
Oh, I have to do first now, too, right?
Yeah.
Well, lucky for you... Sorry, maybe I'm the one falling asleep. Well, lucky for you, Eric said everything I was going to say about Yuki Ueno.
Oh, yeah.
I guess it's a bit of a surprise that I don't have... man, I am forgetting names here. Saya Kamatani here. But I feel like her losing the belt here, even though she's still a central part of Stardom, was enough for me to feel like I wanted to highlight some of the other wrestlers and other promotions here. And I think Yuki Ueno, like Eric said, has been extremely underappreciated in wrestling fan media at large. I don't know enough about business to be able to make the drawing case, but I think he's pretty clearly the ace of the promotion, and he's putting on consistently excellent matches and making other people look great in the process. You can't ask for anything more. And I think in a way, through a combination of longevity in the role and just excellence in the role, I think he's the best fit at the moment for Flair Thesz.
Paul, who do you have in first place for Flair Thesz?
Yeah, for me, it's Saya Kamatani is the number 1 here. She may have lost like the top title, but like she still carried it for like a good chunk of the last like 6 months. And even after that, like she's obviously not like the main focus of the promotion anymore, but she's still like a very obvious focus. Like it's Stardom very clearly knows what they have in her, and like her immediately kind of like being kind of paired with like Utami, like upon like Utami's return to Stardom and everything, is just a pretty clear indicator that she's obviously going to stay like a main part of the promotion as well. Just like, but also like just her whole arc, right? Like where like you kind of brought like the whole like Tam Nakano story full circle by her like losing the title to like Tam's last student and everything. And now that she has actually finished that story, and I talked about that at the time when me and John kind of like reviewed All-Star Grand Queendom, right? Where it's like, well, okay, now Saya has actually fully finished the like Tam Nakano storyline, because she like, right, she ascended to the top of the promotion by like beating Tam and then retired her as well and all of that, and then lost to her student to like lose the title and all of that. So that story's done now. So now we actually get into the period where like Saya Kamatani is like gonna define her own story, and I'm just very excited about that. But like the way we got there, like the way they like handled the last 6 months was just very much like booking perfection. Her being a fucking like amazing draw for Stardom still, like just breaking all kinds of records while still maintaining like an insanely high level of match quality. It was just an absolute like slam dunk no brainer for me to put her as like number 1 for like the 6 months like Flair Fest.
There you go. Velkej, number 1.
So it's Hiroshi Tanahashi. He has drawn a sellout over Tokyo Dome.
That's nobody as good a pick as me picking Marufuji for most improved.
Yes,
quite honest.
I know, but nobody can like. He will probably outdraw whatever AEW is going to do in Wembley. in Tokyo
They're on
Dome.
like 20. They're like on 25,000 tickets. Or
Yes,
something, right?
New
They're pretty
Japan Pro
stuffed.
Wrestling 2026, post-COVID, Japanese economy, Hiroshi Tanahashi. I don't think anyone else. I don't.
Whoa! Have you heard though? According to Will Ospreay, it's just as much Kazuchika Okada's credits. So.
Yeah, of course. I don't fucking care. It was just all on Hiroshi Tanahashi's back. He could have faced anyone else from New Japan Pro Wrestling roster, from WWE roster, from Noah roster. Doesn't matter. It's Hiroshi Tanahashi. And on top of that, that match, as I said before, fucking ruled. It was incredible. So his in-ring is there because he turned back the clock. He made me care about this retirement match. I wanted him to win that so fucking much. I wanted him to defeat Okada to prove that he is still Hiroshi Tanahashi. He did not. Was that right choice? I don't know. I don't really actually care because I fucking love that match. And again, as I said, he sold out Tokyo Dome. Inoki did that with his retirement stuff. In between those two shows, nobody else in pro wrestling did it. Muto did really well, but even Muto was unable to sell out Tokyo Dome because he's just Muto. This was Hiroshi Tanahashi. So he has the strongest Flair Fest case in Japan in I don't know how many decades because nobody else can beat him. Like, nobody else sold out Tokyo Dome. It's that simple.
All right. Well, there you go. Eric, who'd you vote for
Yeah.
number one?
So it's obviously 230 for Velkej, so he's on one right now. But this is not best box office. So Flair Fairs does include some in-ring, and I like to include some volume in there as well. Obviously, if it was best box office, Tanahashi smokes everyone. I went with Saya Kamitani for the exact same reasons that Paul basically said.
Yep, and I also went with Saya Kamitani because the thing with Utami definitely feels like the biggest story in Stardom right now, even if she's not the champion. So
it's the one I'm most excited for, and I do want to echo Velkej's sentiment earlier though. I didn't actually see her as like a world class in-ring wrestler until the Starlight Kid match. That match was where I was like, okay, she's like one of the best wrestlers in-ring in the world as well from that match as well. So yes.
All right, so I'm going to wrap this up before I start falling asleep again. Thank you, everybody, for listening. And let's do some plugs. People have podcasts to plug and newsletters to plug. So, Paul and Eric, plug your stuff.
Paul, you go first.
Okay. Listen to the Emerald Flow show. Just released basically an hour and 48 minutes of me doing solo audio, which I don't know how that one actually went over with people. I feel like I'm actually much better if I have somebody to bounce off of, to be quite honest.
I cannot give you a review because I have not gotten to it yet, but I think I'll go to listen tomorrow or day after. So
I will as well. Yeah, that sounds awesome.
Fair enough. Yeah, because basically we just got to a point where I was like, okay, like if we pile on more, like it's just gonna get to like insane levels. So I was just like, I'm just gonna put something out. Because actually, we lined up another recording for Wednesday, which is where we are mainly going to be focusing on we're mainly going to be focusing on Joe Doring, who just died. So we're it's not just going to be fully just Joe Doring for the episode, but it is going to be the main focus of the episode. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to recording that, and you're probably going to find out how that went down probably relatively soon after this one goes up.
Yeah.
Yep. So I write for the Social Suplex newsletter. I write about every promotion in Japan that you can think of, except for Stardom and New Japan. And I will plug that Emerald Flow Show episode on my All Japan roundup. So that sounds awesome. And yeah, I also have a podcast called Joshing Around Weekly, where every week I talk about Joshi.
Alrighty. Velkej, Arametha, anything to plug?
No, just come scream at me if you think I'm wrong. I'm not wrong. I'm right. I will quote you with the Jesus meme where most people rejected his message. They hated Velkej because he told them the truth, and we will be done with that.
Yeah. Arametha's just gonna stay silent, I guess, not the plug. Not even a joke to make about plugging. Okay.
It's hard to do that when you're muted, when the man is silencing you. The man being me, forgetting to unmute.
So next week, I don't currently have a guest lined up. I'll have to figure something out. But we'll be recording next Tuesday, July 7th, to talk about the July 6th and 7th New Japan Korakuens, the Road to G1 and Tiger Mask retirement. But they just added Gabe Kidd versus Shota Umino for the global title out of nowhere. That was kind of weird. But also the Stardom Korakuen from tomorrow with Utami's title shot that will probably air by the time most of you hear this. And the Dragon Gate July 2nd Korakuen, where they're somehow going to determine the challenger for the Dream Gate like 18 days for the show. And the Noah July 5th Korakuen, which is probably going to be my first time watching Noah in like 2 months almost or something. So that'll be interesting. But yeah, that'll be next week's episode. Again, don't currently have a guest, but we'll, if I do it solo, I have to do it solo. We'll figure something out. In the meantime, everybody, you can follow us on Twitter at Wrestle Omakase. Wrestling, of course, would not fit. You can follow me on Blue Sky at Just One MB. And I am going to go sleep for a very long time. Goodbye, everybody. Hopefully for a long time. I'll probably just wake up in like 2 hours, actually. But I'll try to sleep for a long time. All right.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
Hello, Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network listeners. I am Jeff Hawkins, co-host of Shake Them Ropes, with a very special announcement. If it's been a while or you've never listened to us before, the original gang is back. Myself and Rob McCarran, back talking wrestling. We have no idea where this show's going to go, where we're going to keep any of the old bits or any of the old things in there. It's going to be a process. It's going to be a journey, and we'd like for you to come along with us. Only on Shake Them Ropes on the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network.